Two choices. You got exactly two choices. I'm host Eric, host Tuggle for those people. Don't try to pretend like you got more than two choices. Exactly two choices. Choice one, watch this stream. Choice two, weep uncontrollably. And there are no other choices allowed. Those are the only choices you have. What are you going to do now that you know? That you know the truth about your choices? Are you going to watch this stream or are you going to weep uncontrollably? If you think I'm going to let you get away with not making a real decision here, you're wrong. You got exactly two choices. Watch this stream or weep uncontrollably, and that's it. If you're not watching this stream right now, you should be weeping uncontrollably. If you are watching this stream right now, you should be wiping the tears from your eyes. The reason you should be wiping the tears from your eyes is because prior to beginning to watch the stream, you were weeping uncontrollably. Obviously. If you're able to control your weeping, then you're watching the stream. Hi, Ghost Rider. Which would you prefer to do? Would you prefer to watch this stream or weep uncontrollably? You can't choose both. It's not that kind of or. Weeping uncontrollably is your favorite thing to do. Wow, that sounds awful, Ghost Rider. I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh my gosh, you're an INFP. I am so sorry to hear that. Just kidding, Ghost Rider. I don't mean to ontologically oppress you. I think it's a fair deal is the point, I guess. That from now on, everybody agrees that if they're not watching my stream, they're weeping uncontrollably. I just woke up. I just took the very last of my Adderalls, last like 4 Adderalls I had. Today's going to be the last day of high energy, high octane living. And then I'm going to be basically sleeping until Rachel gets here on Wednesday. At which point I'll probably be fully woken up and ready to transition into a new world order. What's the new world order going to be? It's going to be just the same as it is now, except I'm going to be like, boom, bam, 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 boom, 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 bam. Like that. Yuck. Well, she's not stuck in the facility. She's not locked in there or anything. It's just like she lives at home, and her NWO. What's the NWO? Oh, the New World Order. Right? Yeah. Forgot. Sorry. Yeah, a lot of boom, 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 bam. Well, because right now, Flow State, we're in the old world order. In the old world order, if you're either watching this stream or you're weeping uncontrollably. And unfortunately, Taylor, you and I are both here, which is why we're not weeping uncontrollably. So I'm basically just waiting for the drugs to take effect. hoping to get a little bit more thwacked than I currently am, you know. I'm not going to get super thwacked or anything because I only took 60 milligrams. Oh. Even though you're watching this, but you too. That's so crazy because Ghost Rider had the same problem. No. My stream cures weeping. It's an all-purpose weeping cure. It reduces overall seepage. Taylor, if it's not working for you, you're just not watching it right. No, you're just not watching it right. If you were watching it with the correct eyes, then you'd hear that and you'd understand. Yeah. You think it's fun for you and me to play around with moisture. Ghost Rider has to swim in it all day, all the time. Because Taylor, she's an INFP. I know. I don't like to hear depressing things either. Oh, you're also listening to Dashboard Confessional, huh? I'm not familiar with that show. I mean, I know basically the concept of it. I think it's like taxi cab people talking or whatever, but I've never watched it before. So, you know, Rachel's packing up her stuff, getting rid of some stuff, and her brother's scrambling, of course, and the Mercy fucking well, I can be. Listen, Flow State, I can be too. Oh, it's a band? Oh. Look. A boo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Boo-hoo-hoo! Boo-hoo-hoo! See, I'm emo too. It should also be noted I'm quite gassy today. And that's a form of emotion too. Yeah, you've got a cannon for an arm, but you're still a little wild. You need to work on your control a bit. I sound like an old dog when I do that. I am an old dog. You can't teach me any new tricks. I'm gonna smoke this cigarette, and well, you know what I need to do actually before I smoke the cigarette? I need to make myself a cup of coffee. I just woke up, haven't even had a cup of coffee yet. Drinking soda right out the gate. Where's my coffee cup, though? That's a good question. Where's my coffee cup? Must have left it inside the house or something. Fortunately, I have this other coffee cup here. That will do the job, I think, as well as everything. Is there any more coffee? A little bit. There's one more cup. That's all I needed for now. My little buttercup has the sweetest smile. Gee, little buttercup, won't you stay a while? These classic words, spoken once in The Three Amigos by the Three Amigos, bring me to today's topic, buttercups. If I have a cup and I want to fill it up with something, my first thought is butter. Let's put some butter in that cup. You think you want a cup of coffee? Ghostwriter, no. You get a cup of butter. I want you to drink a cup of melted butter, Ghostwriter. Remember, I'm the guru. Coffee's not for you this morning. For you this morning, a cup of melted butter. Flow state, you too. I want you to drink a glass of ghee. Clarified butter. You have gallbladder issues? Ghostwriter, no. No. I told you no gallbladder related topics today. I explained that right at the gate. It says it in the title, doesn't it? No gallbladders? I'm pretty sure it does. Watch the stream or weep uncontrollably. No gallbladders. No pomegranates. No pomegranates in this classroom. Have you guys seen that no pomegranates thing? No pomegranates. So anyway, when Rachel and I get married, you can't talk about cauliflower either, Ghostwriter. No cauliflower, no gallbladders, no anything else that sounds like cauliflower or gallbladder. For example, mole splatter. No mole splatter. No tall batters in the batter's box allowed. Nothing like that. Okay. Is that what I don't think Ghostwriter's saying her gallbladder's too fat. Is your gallbladder on a diet, Ghostwriter? The doctor put you on a gallbladder diet? I mean, who even knows what a gallbladder is? Nobody does. Why do you have two kinds of bladders? A regular bladder and a gallbladder? What's the point of that? Why not just one bladder? So hold your pee. All right, fish, you want some breakfast, huh? All right, breakfast for the fish. There you go. Thank you, Eric. You're welcome, fish. Thank you, Mr. Eric, for setting us free. You're welcome, fish. Thank you, Mr. Lincoln, for setting us darkies free. If you've never enjoyed Holiday Inn, it's one of the most racist movies of all time. But, delightfully and hilariously old-fashionedly so. There's nothing quite as delightfully hilarious as old-fashioned racism. No, my cat is MIA at the moment. She left yesterday afternoon to go slink off somewhere, and I haven't seen her since. And I'm pretty worried about her. I'm pretty sad about it. Well, Ghostwriter is just you, me, and Flow State. I guess you might as well have a threesome. She's been gone about 16 hours now, I would say. It doesn't produce enough bile. Oh, well, Ghostwriter, you know what that means. You're not angry enough. You're not angry enough. If you want more bile, you need to be more angry. Oh, Ghostwriter's good. She doesn't want the threesome? Okay. Sorry, Taylor, but no threesome with Ghost Rider. You know, I was a little iffy about the two dudes thing anyway. No, it's not bad. And, you know, it's like, oh, good. I'm glad you're going to watch instead of weeping uncontrollably. How am I this morning? Well, I'm a little worried about Ghost Rider's gallbladder. She says she doesn't have enough bile. So, you know, obviously we need to enrage her to increase the amount of bile she has. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. I just took my drugs. I'm waiting for them to take effect. And now it's just Winston's mom and Ghost Rider and me. We're all hanging out. Taylor's taking off. He's got busy stuff to do. He's a busy guy. And well, we're still in virus time, you know? What does it mean to be in virus time? It means not really a whole hell of a lot going on. But even though it's virus time, look, there's only a couple people here right now. Why? Because it's Saturday and people are still out doing shit, of course. Spreading the virus, you know. I think I have it, actually. I think I already had it. That's my thought. Because I had this cold that was rather chesty. You know, it's like it had a lot of coughing to it. It's probably COVID-19. I probably have it. I probably shouldn't be rubbing my junk on everyone's face like I've been doing since I have it, but whatever. I haven't been rubbing my junk on any elderly people's faces. Bile. Yeah, have a glass of bile. Winston's mom, I've made an executive decision I want to inform you of. At Rachel and my wedding, we're going to serve glasses of ghee to drink as a first course. It's clarified butter. Okay, so get ready for a real treat. Normally, they just give you a little scooper of ghee to dip your whatever in. But we're going full blast. Everyone gets a full glass of ghee to drink as a first course. It's your pre-cocktail cocktail. Yogurt? You know what? You can have a yogurt chaser. We can have a shot glass of yogurt to chase it with. That's a good idea. No, Ghost Rider, you're missing the point. The point is, too often, people have their ghee relegated to dippage status. Oh, it's just here to dip something in. No, you're missing out. Hi, Rachel Lapalosa. It's my perfect, precious angel. Hello, my darling. You are so wonderful, good, and true, and just, and fine, and special. I feel so much damp moisture in my heart for you. You're lucky you're here, Rachel. You know, the only other alternative to it is weeping uncontrollably. And I'm glad you're here because I made a quick executive decision this morning about our wedding. We're going to serve glasses of clarified butter as a first course. Okay, that's ghee. You might call it ghee. You might call it clarified butter. Either way, with a shot glass of yogurt chaser on the side. That's how we get the party started, right? Then everyone feels like, oh, God, I got this oily, buttery now all down my throat, and it's just like, ugh. Everyone's going like this, you know, after they have their glass of ghee with their yogurt chaser, and you go, don't worry, here. And you slide a bottle of tequila down the table, and everyone just drinks straight out of the bottle, except for me, of course. But So after the ghee, yogurt, and tequila course, that's the first course of the meal. Okay. Oh, good point there, Rachel. Clarified butter stains clothes. Here's the thing. What we have to do is just warn everybody ahead of time. Drink every drop. Don't spill a drop because it's precious. We could put some weed in the clarified butter. That's absolutely the case. We could do that for sure. We could extract the THC because it's fat soluble. Anyway, after the ghee, yogurt, and tequila course is the first course. The second course of our meal, well, then we'll have a coffee course. We'll just have some coffee. And there'll be shit tons of creamer. Everybody will have a cup that's full of non-dairy creamer. This is course 2. And the waiters come around and pour a little bit of coffee on top of their non-dairy creamer and give them a stir. So they can have the frothy, delicious coffee like I'm having right now. That's the second course. After the dishes from the second course are cleared, then we're going to have a wedge salad. But listen, it's not going to be an ordinary wedge salad. Instead of a wedge of iceberg lettuce, it's going to be a giant wedge of cheese. And instead of blue cheese dressing, it's going to have pureed lettuce dressing on top of it. We're going to switch it up. We're going to go backwards, you see. We have some walnuts on there too. Okay. So after the wedge salad course, they clear that away. And then they serve mayonnaise to everyone I don't like. And they have to eat a whole bowl of mayonnaise. Whereas the people I do like don't have to eat any mayonnaise. That's course 4, was it? Course 5 is an amuse-bouche. Amuse-bouche, which is instead of bacon wrapped figs, we're going to have fig wrapped figs. It's going to be smaller figs stuffed into a larger fig. Okay, you know what? Not only are we going to have fig wrapped figs, but this is the course that's really going to strain the caterer, okay? Because we're also going to have deviled grapes salad. Deviled grape salad with a rosemary petal dressing on it. So, you know, that's the course that's going to take this caterer some time to cook. Okay. After deviled grape salad, we have the condiments course. Condiments course, we all get served all the condiments that we can find. Be like, now, if the people already ate a bowl of mayonnaise, they're gonna be. Yes, I did. Ghost Rider. I'm quite gassy. My my butthole has things to say too, and I'm not into censoring it. So in the condiments course, which will naturally be catered by more than just condiments, everybody gets a flight, a tasting flight. Got some news about COVID-19. Quinine-based derivatives are working well with COVID-19 patients. So start taking tonic gin quinine water. I've been gassy for a few days now. What the heck are you eating? I mean, you know, whatever falls in my mouth, I guess. So anyway, we're talking about our wedding and the courses of the meal. The condiment flight will be catered by more than just condiments, and it's going to have your mustard, your mayonnaise, your ketchup. I'm not going to get any mayonnaise on mine though. Ketchup, vinegar, your oil, your Thousand Island dressing, your blue cheese dressing, your ranch dressing, all those things, all those condiments. And then the thing is, on the condiments plate, you don't get served like crackers or something with it to put the condiments on. You just get a spoon. Just get a small, it's called a condiment spoon. And they're going to be silver, and they'll have a little bow on them that says, E and R on it or something. And then, you enjoy your course of condiments. Then when they remove the condiment plates, then they serve a bowl of assorted grilled anus with Brussels sprouts. It's a Brussels sprouts and anus stir fry, basically. It's got venison anus, it's got beef anus, it's got pork anus, it's got chicken anus. All your main anuses. Okay. Then for the main course, of course, we're gonna have a cow piggin. Isaac Roddy, I am engaged, sort of informally, to Rachel Lapalosa, who's sorry to bub you in the chat here, who is an INFJ. Yeah. A cow piggin, if you don't recall, is 2 pigs stuffed into a cow, and then like 4 chickens stuffed into each pig. You know what? Because I don't think we're gonna be able to get a giraffe in time for the wedding. I don't know about that one. I was gonna save the neck for you. I was surprised you wanted the whole neck. That's a lot of meat on that neck. You'd be surprised. A petting zoo. There should be a petting zoo. We should have a petting zoo, but instead of animals, we'll just have some people who want to be pet in there. Here's a petting zoo. You can decide whether you want to be a petty or a petter. Probably everyone wants to be a petty, Nobody's going to want to do the petting. Hey, that petting's getting a little heavy over there. We were lighting up that petting. Indian white wedding dresses. You'll look mesmerizing in those. Yes, iZone. Listen, she has to have something borrowed, something blue, something old, and something new. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to borrow $1 billion, and she's going to carry that in a briefcase with her. And, we're going to get something new. Like one of those new flavors of Coke, like vanilla orange. And we get something old, like classic Coke. And then something blue. Oh, we'll all have COVID-19 and have blue lips. It'll be perfect. Yes, I saw videos of the actor from The Big Bang Theory. He married a supermodel from India and had the ultimate wedding and followed his plans. You mean the Indian guy from Big Bang Theory or one of the other guys? Hypoxia. Right, we'll all have hypoxia. Yeah. So anyway, it's going to be an exciting wedding. I would like to incorporate some elements of Indian weddings into my wedding. I want to hire an Indian person to throw colored dust on people. Like, that's a good idea. And to say things in Indian when they do that. Like, My daughter will be a surgeon. Things like that, Or I make $500,000 a year coding. Things like that. Indian things. Uh, right. I should totally have a jewel glued to Rachel's forehead. Why do we have to color dust and throw it? Couldn't we throw sprinkles of sunshine and lollipop? I like the idea of throwing Tootsie Pops. I'm just afraid that someone's going to lose an eye. Instead of throwing rice or colored dust, throw Tootsie Pops at people. I do like Tootsie Pops a lot. As far as lollipops go, Tootsie Pops are my favorite lollipop. There's no disputing that. Winston's mom, then it's not a Tootsie Pop anymore. Then it's a Tootsie Pop head. The decapitated pop. Remove the stick. Talk about TE, Winston's mom. Talk about TE oppressiveness. Your protocols are going to destroy a whole generation of Tootsie Pops. Is that what you want? You want us all to switch over to ring pops like Ghost Rider? Walking around with a lollipop on our finger? That's a recipe for COVID-19 spreading. No, they're not, Ghost Rider. No, they are not. Blow Pops are so vastly inferior to Tootsie Pops that it's unfair to say they're good too. And Ring Pops, no. There's nothing inside of it. It's just pop all the way down. God, you people do not know lollipops. Why did I get such a bunch of lollipop ignoramuses here in my live stream? You guys should have to leave the live stream and start weeping uncontrollably. God. Everybody's always forgetting that I'm the guru around here. Now, as far as bedazzling Rachel's forehead goes, you can't eat the brain of a blow pop. True. You just got to chew it, and it's gross. Dum-dums are good. Again, Ghost Rider, you're talking about soulless pops. Do you want a soulless pop? A daywalker pop? That's what a dum-dum is. It's a daywalker soulless pop. Same as a ring pop. Now, at least a blow pop has a soul, but you got to spit it out. It's so gross. No, you don't love soulless pops. That's evil. A real pop has got Tootsie in the middle of it. Right. Thanks, Eric Moore. Eric Moore knows. It tastes like the deepest, darkest void. Yeah. Tastes like evil. What does evil taste like? I think it tastes like orange juice. A lot like orange juice. If any demons come to visit me, I plan to catch them, blend them, and taste them. Now, I'm guessing they're going to taste like oranges. Let's have a candy-themed wedding. Everyone can wear a candy necklace. The wedding cake will have candy fondant, and everyone must wear shoes made out of licorice. Okay, but listen, I'm telling you, Winston's mom, nobody's going to want to eat those shoes at all. It tastes like orange juice after brushing your teeth. Toothpaste and orange juice. Yeah, that's probably what evil tastes like, right? I mean, the blow pop. I know. Well, I'm live already, but I'm not doing typing right this second. I figure I'll do my first live stream this morning of just general chatter. And after I have run out of cigarettes, which is going to be actually surprisingly soon, I will go get more cigarettes, and then I'll come back and do a live free typing kind of thing, for a stretch of time. This is my last day on Adderall. I took the last 4 pills I had this morning. So what does that tell you? What does that tell you? It tells you Tomorrow, I'm probably not going to do anything, much of anything. And I'll be rested by the time Rachel gets here on Wednesday Day. You have to eat your Tootsie Pop before you do typing? Yeah, well, I should. I agree that when I start to, yeah, I took 4. I mean, that's not very many. Winston's mom. These days, I'm pretty chill about it. It used to be that I'd take a lot more than that, you know. I used to take 4 15s. Yeah, I'm prescribed 2 a day, so which is twice my prescription, which is appropriate. I've been surprisingly not going hardcore on this one, although I did give. How well did they help? Well, they help you feel thwacked out. Today I won't feel thwacked. I'll just be like, no, Winston's mom. It's not the case that my prescription is not enough. It's the case that it doesn't matter how big my prescription is, I'll have the exact same experience, which is like at the beginning when you got stored up dopamine and stored up energy and you're fully rested and everything. You just take a couple pills and you're up all night anyway. Then before you know it, you're down 12 hours of sleep. And then you have to take more. And, you know, if I do everything just right, I guess I would probably have a couple more days of pills in me, you know, before I be on the sleepy week. But I want a week between taking them and getting a refill. I don't want that many Adderalls. It's like when I have more of them, I take more of them, and I end up doing the same cycle except just more extreme. As far as candies go, there are a few specific candies that need to be at this wedding. The rest of the sort of candies I don't care about, but there are definitely some specific candies that we need at this wedding. We need Twixes. Twixes are excellent. We need Heath bars. Heath bars are excellent. We need Baby Ruths. Baby Ruths are excellent. We need gummy bears because you need a fruity thing to go with the chocolate. You know what I'm saying? The coffee course should have all of those candies with the coffee, plus some like scones or some like super dry thing that you need to put the coffee in, you know. Well, it does help to smoke a lot of weed when you're on Adderall too. Gummy worms would be fine. We don't have to go gummy bears. We could go gummy worms. We could do bears and worms even. Because I tell you what's the most delicious thing ever. It's called your chocolate fruity coffee bomb. And what that is you take your Heath bar, your fruity thing, some Twix, and you eat your bomb. And what that is you take your Heath bar, your fruity thing, some Twix, and you eat a crystal ball, an agate, what is that called? Geode, and a string of beads with a little yellow thing on it. Gummy bears are great for putting them in SX positions, though. Oh, you mean having bears having sex with each other? I don't like gummy sharks because they taste like the smell of urinal cakes. Everybody should know this, that the sharks, the gummy sharks, the fruit sharks things, the candy sharks, they taste and smell exactly like urinal cakes. Well, I'm gonna have two caterers. We're gonna have Willy Wonka and we're gonna have Tony Montana. Catering. Basically, I would like for everybody who comes to the wedding to bring whatever drugs they can get, like if you can get Coke, bring some Coke. If you can get meth, bring some meth. You can get LSD, mushrooms, bring them all, and just don't bring like painkillers and shit like that. No downers, no downers, no opiates, no downers. Nobody wants those. No Coke. Come on now, lyric sense. It's a special occasion. I haven't done Coke in a long time. I don't like it, which is why I probably haven't done it in a long time. But for a special occasion, no Xanax, no, none of those kind of drugs. None of those. No Oxycontin, no freaking Xanax, no. Well, I mean, if you want to get all barred out, Ghost Rider, that's fine. But don't drink alcohol with it, okay? If someone brought them, I would take it because I get panic attacks. I can tell you this right now, Ghost Rider, you're not going to be panicked at my wedding. There's going to be nothing panicking at the wedding. It's going to be panic-free. We're going to do you up a few rails, and you're going to feel a lot better. You know what cured my panic attacks? Says Ghost Rider. What, Ghost Rider? Those lines of Coke. Those lines of Coke totally cured my panic attacks. You don't drink? I don't drink either, Ghost Rider. Yeah, no panicking. We're leaving the panicking at the door. Just as being in this live stream prevents you from weeping uncontrollably, being at our wedding will prevent anybody from panicking, even if there's a sudden virus outbreak, which, as we all know, I'd really like to travel now because everything's so cheap and I got a cruise ship to myself. I'm curious to hear how Rachel's flight is on Wednesday. Like, if the plane's empty. You can leave your panicking in the car, right? You can pick it back up when you return to the car. I mean, I'm hopeful that we're going to have a wedding someplace where there's a not international airport nearby, but a regional airport that people can fly into. And then I'm going to get a double-decker bus to pick everybody up from the airport. How much of this am I going to do? I don't know. Rachel and I will talk about what we actually want to do with our wedding. I think we're going to have a lot of fun with it whenever we get around to having it. I want there to be lots of strange rituals and stuff. I want the whole thing to be live streamed, of course. Yeah. We're going to get a maypole, and whoever hits into each other on the maypole have to marry each other. We're going to be doing what's being called henna marriages, kind of like a henna tattoo. It's not a real tattoo, just like, but we're going to be marrying various people off to each other at the wedding. There'd be just henna marriages. Vegas is the best location for most of us when you get a party bus. Any bus that I'm standing next to, even Mrs. Mom, becomes a party bus. Any car that I'm standing next to when there's a lot of people becomes a party bus. I once rode on a party bus. Our company hired to take us to Doral. The bus had a stripper pole inside, and on the outside, the bus had strippers' photos. I was sure the police would pull us over. And were there strippers in there? Where was this? Was it at Rebay? I think it was at Rebay. When I was working at Rebay, a bunch of kids got in trouble because they got a party bus and they arrived at something drunk from the party bus, and they all got in trouble. Maybe that was, I don't think it was at Rebay or not. I don't know. I don't remember where I heard this from, actually. Maybe it was someplace I was working, or it may have been somebody telling me about someplace they were working. I'm not sure. I have a cough. Am I not seeing all the live chat or something? I think I might be missing parts of the chat. I'm confused. Let me see. Pop out. I'm going to pop out the chat. Pop out the chat. Pop it out with my face. I'm going to pop out the chat. Yeah, I got to go to the live chat. I had it on top chat. Boo for me. Failure, boo for me. Combine all cultures. Yeah, this will be a multicultural wedding for sure. Whose new wife looks like a total Hugh? What's a Hugh? Heu. I want to know. Have you ever seen the rain? What is a Hugh? Ghost Rider, I'm asking you a question. What is a Hugh? Bozo's wife? Who's Bozo? Hugh, as in the rake married a hoe? Oh. Who married a hoe? Who's Bezo? Who's Bezo? I don't need a second monitor. Jeff Bezos. Oh, you mean the Amazon guy? He married a hoe? Really? Didn't he just get divorced? I say thee nay. Nay. If Hamlet had been an ESTJ, he might have said to be or not to be. Eric, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The outcome is what matters. But Dad, you said meow, and then you said meow, and I said meow. Son, I don't want to argue about this. I do not want to argue about it. It doesn't matter. Of course it matters. Okay, but Dad, they said this. Why didn't you say something like nah? Or, but Dad, why? How could you? It's like, it's like he goes down there and he gets some bullshit and he comes back and goes, oh, they're feeding me this bullshit and blah, blah, blah. Like, feeding me this bullshit. Why did you take me with you? Sometimes you have a tendency to fly off the handle, Eric. Dad, I'm not going to fly off the handle. I'm going to put a handle on shit. I don't want to argue about this, son. Fine. The shit he puts up with from random people is crazy sometimes, because it's not like he's a pushover in any sense of the word. It's just he's so outcome oriented that if he doesn't think it's productive to, he just doesn't think it's productive to be mad at somebody or whatever, Like, he might get mad, but then he'll be like, well, I mean, sure. But it's like the It's like the 2-week thing with Rachel, where he's like, we need to get an additional 2 weeks of. And so then I get that, and then I tell him, okay, well, I got this thing. Son, we don't know. Well, why do you think I did that, Dad? Son, I don't want to argue it. Because you told me to. Son, I don't want to argue about that. It's like, well, why do you think I interpreted it this way? I wasn't sure what was going on there. They're talking about ESFJs, I think, Winston's mom. Well, Winston's mom, they're talking. That's TMV Scar Night is just saying this is what you should do with ESFJs if they're like pushing you into doing shit you don't feel like doing or whatever. Oh, are you not going to hang out with your camp friends after all, or what? You were supposed to, but no longer? It was canceled? Oh. Well, virus time. Everyone's virusing. Even I had my work canceled yesterday, which is surprising because I fully didn't expect that to happen. And Winston's mom, I'm not really worried about, even if it were the case that I'm not worried about people flirting with Rachel or whatever. She's not susceptible to anything like that. Because we're in love with our emotions. Okay, now listen, this is important. You get that? I hope so. I know she is. I'm well aware of that. I don't care anyway. I'm an SI user, Winston's mom, not an NI user. So those sort of things don't really matter that much to me. My experience matters a lot more. And my experience is being with Rachel makes me feel happy and joyful and meowing and complete, whatever. Filled with poi, as they say in Hawaii. What's happening right now? I'm filled with poi. TMB Scar Night. That's what's happening right now. I'm filled with poi, and you're dipping your fingers into me and eating it. Do you like it? Do you like the flavor of my poi? Do you? That's the question we're asking right now, TMB Scar Night. Do you like the flavor of my poi? And will you stop dipping your fingers into me, please? If you keep eating my poi, I'm going to make you weep uncontrollably. Okay, so we were talking about poi. We were also talking about something else. What were we talking about? As an INFJ, I sometimes feel like an ENTP, sometimes ESTP. I think I can become blind to FI when super annoyed. I will agree that INFJs don't particularly value FI and are rather, you might even say, I'm going to go all out with this and say they're rather saucy about it sometimes. They're not directly saucy in general, like ENTPs, who will say, well, fuck your feelings then. Well, fuck your feelings. Hey, listen. Your feelings can go fuck themselves. That's what ENTPs say, or ESTPs, maybe. INFJs INFJs, they don't say out loud "fuck your feelings" usually. They just get this like too much seepage. Hi, Tom Jickelson. I am Rachel's Forbidden Chocolate. I value FI. She is sweet and innocent, but fierce and can run like the wind. FI loves Batman and books, animals, and adventure. FI is really, really nice. T gets annoyed with FI, but T is not patient. I have to say, I like third slot version of FI too. I like INTJ FI. I like ISTJ FI. I like my own FI even, my 7th slot FI. It's wet when it's gotta be. I got that yesterday when the ISFP came at you. Yeah. Totally. That ISFP was so ISFP, you could just smell the ISFP on her, huh? FI, no, I can tell the fussiness in your voice. I can just smell the meh. FI is fine if you're feeling it yourself, or you're FIing with somebody else who wants to FI. Like, Rachel and I, we will FI that we go like meow meow, and then she goes meow meow, and we go wow, and then we're like, yeah, it's juicy, but we get tired of it pretty quickly. After I ejaculate. And so socioeconomic 7th slot function seems to be the function that is most sensitive, and MBTI seems to be the 4th function. Which do you think is more true? Well, I mean, I would say they're sensitive in different ways. So what I mean by that is the 7th slot function, you're susceptible to critique in it. 4th slot function, you tend to just be like, yeah, I'm not any good at that, and I don't want to be any good at that, and you can't expect me to be any good at that. So we have a little bit more defenses with our 4th slot. 4th slot's a relief function. 7th slot's a mystery function. So, like, when I'm being too Eric-y, what I really need to do is stop live streaming and go and sort of organize existing material or deal with existing ideas in a more successful way or something like that, But because the SI is a relief function, instead of constantly ideating new shit out, I should be keeping track of, organizing, or generally archiving or utilizing resources that I made already, because I've got so many of them that I made already, and I've not done a solid enough job in general of archiving and utilizing any of the things that I've completed. So in that regard, I just take the FI, replace the I with the U, and return it to the user. It's a good strategy, Eric Moore. Good strategy. El Lobo Ferros, glad you have sobered up and survived the drunkenness. Someone could turn the old board game Mystery Date into an MBTI game and find your 3rd function after answering questions and rolling dice. It's true. Who says that anyway? Who says what anyway? Scolded for waffling? I don't know. If you think about it, FE is an alternative solution to TE problems, same with FI and TI. Correct. Very correct. It is the case that if you are using FE, you're saying, I'm going to solve this problem by interfacing socially. If you're using TE, you're saying, I'm going to solve this problem by myself. So somebody who's demonstrative TE like me is slow to ask people for help understanding how to do something. I'm very slow to ask for help with that. Somebody who's 6th slot FE, same thing, very slow to seek out for themselves the FE kind of thing. Yeah, waffling means dithering. Why do people in chat thought I was ENTJ? I don't know. People say whatever they say. Who knows? I say hello, Eric. My FI feels hit in the face. Hi, Dark Phoenix. I did see your earlier things there. They seem to generally not be addressing me directly in a way that would indicate requesting a response of some kind. Bacon. There you go. There you are. I was looking for you. Now I found you. Ish, or the ish. Is that a youthful expression meaning like the shit, but you say ish instead because that was not a bad word? All over us, they are tapping into the collective consciousness of your profile pic and name. The wolf pack recognizes an alpha, El Lobo for Rose. You mean the ferocious lion, the ferocious wolf? Hi, Eileen. Eileen's a ferocious wolf too. Bacon, I hate sausage this morning instead of bacon out of respect for you. Yeah, I'm hating sausage right now too, out of respect for you, Bacon. Damn you, breakfast sausage! I'll never eat you again. I hate you. Oh, you ate sausage. Oh, I liked it better the other way. I engaged in anti-sausage hate speech this morning in order to celebrate my affection for I Found Bacon. Eric Moore, in you, I sense a kindred spirit. I do. Right, you can't lie. Not this time. So I just got an announcement for everybody. I want to let you all know. I'm not lying this time. So even though I may have been telling nothing but lies previously, right now, I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth, okay? So listen, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't want to deceive you. I don't want to be dishonest. So I'm just going to have to tell you that I'm not going to lie to you anymore right now anyway, okay? For the next 5 or 10 minutes, nothing but hard truths. I like breakfast sausage too. I'm not going to lie. Not this time. I like links. I like patties. I like links more than patties. I just can't do it. I just can't keep up the line any longer. I do like sausage. I gotta be honest. I will lie if I need to, but you could just generally go ahead and assume I'm not lying unless I have some reason to. Okay? So, if it doesn't benefit me at all, I generally won't lie just arbitrarily. So you can assume that some of the time, at least I'm telling the truth. Just assume that I'm always telling the truth, so my lies work better, okay? The stream title got me. What is the stream title? I forget what it is now. Oh yeah, right. You better watch or you're gonna weep uncontrollably. I only lie for FE purposes. Listen, I only lie to serve my own interests, so you don't have to worry about it. I only lie to exploit others to serve my own interests. So, it's fine. You don't have to worry about it. So, good job, Boot. You're obviously right now, Boot is wiping the tears from his or her eyes. And why? Because until watching this, they were weeping uncontrollably. Ninfa Estrada, why didn't you get quiet pets, Dark Phoenix? Yeah, why are your pets so loud? Loud pet. Captain Loud Pet. Huh? Jeez. Next time, get quieter pets. Ja. You can use your TI against its will to serve your lie. You can. The thing is, you really do have to have, as an EHP, some qualms, right? In my opinion, as an EHP, you've got to level up and say, I'm going to prioritize being able to demonstrate lots of examples where one might be inclined to lie, but I don't, in order to maintain the honesty high ground, and that's a better outcome than lying in any given circumstance. That doesn't mean I never lie, but I try not to. I like the fact that once Rachel caught me lying to my dad and busted my chops about it. You know, that's the thing. You always want to be able to say, now look, I can come up with these examples of me admitting when I was wrong and me being honest when it would have been easier, served my interest to lie or something. So now I have the moral high ground if you're not doing the same thing. I mean, the other thing is I can't lie successfully. If I'm really lying, that is to say, fully aware that I'm telling a fib, anybody can read it on my face immediately. I'm terrible at it. Now, there's a difference between that kind of lying and the sort of lying that ENTPs kind of do sometimes that's almost they're unaware of it. Like when I was younger, there were plenty of circumstances where a simple lie makes much more sense than the truth in a way. Like it's an easier story, a lot easier story to tell. I did not stutter remotely. I said, I deleted the footage. You may or may not believe it. But you should. Because I wasn't lying. I deleted the footage by accident because I did what I always do. I didn't think. I haven't had a video like that I was trying to edit before for a while. I was trying to edit before I put it up for quite a while now. I lie if someone wants more trophy success for me. Like they assume I went to Penn State because I went to school in PA. It makes me feel effing awkward and I feel bad and just let the lie go on. Well, I mean, the thing is, it's like there's an example where you might say, like, you might want to cut out some contextual details to the story that make it somehow not entirely true, but makes your point better or something. Like that kind of thing happens. Yeah, Winston's mom, you don't have a mean bone in your body. You are very careful with everybody's feelings. Easier story to tell, but not easy to remember. I mean, the thing is, depending on I'm most likely to lie to my dad because I just don't want to get into something, you know? It's like I know that something is going to be a big deal in terms of discussing it, and I don't want to have that discussion. That's when I'm inclined to lie, most likely, you know? Yeah, I mean, but even then, I almost never do lie to them now. Once Rachel sort of caught me and busted me on that early in the relationship, I realized that I was pretty haphazard in my dealings with my dad in that regard. And I've also learned that the thing is, like, I'm somebody who naturally operates according to the principle of easier to seek forgiveness than permission. That is a bad approach to take with my dad. He does not like surprises where you come after the fact and say shit. That's like ESTJs don't get that justifications are justifying. They only think, well, doesn't matter why, this is the reality of it and I don't like it. most lies are because people try to please other people. Liars tend to be people pleasers and lie to avoid getting shamed or blamed. I think FI would lie less and FE would try to please others and go along. Well, the thing is, here's the deal, Lyrophagical, and this is an important point. TI and FE basically operate under a modality that says words mean what they say. And so as a consequence, that's where the idea of lying comes from. FI and TE, FI is words gesture what I feel, and TE is words don't really matter because we're trying to solve specific problems, and your statuses don't matter. Is my cat back? No, she's been gone for about 16, 17 hours now. She was here for a good 24, 36 hours after she hurt herself, and then she slunk off yesterday afternoon, and I haven't seen her since. I've been calling her every couple of hours at the door, trying to get her to come back and find out where she is, but I'm just going to have to assume the best, that she's off somewhere recovering on her own terms, and that she'll be back in not a super long time. So the thing about FETI is FE can read lying. So INFJs can tell if you're lying, usually. I can tell if people are lying sometimes with third slot FE. So that's where the whole idea of lying comes from, is that language is communicative and it is designed. Yeah, it is unfortunate about the cat, but I hope she's back soon too. I was worried about her all night last night and calling out the door every couple of hours when I get to pee. But I'm just gonna have to let this thing play out as it does, and we'll find out. I'm pretty sure she's okay. She's not. It's like if she hadn't come back after hurting herself, she'd been gone this whole time, then I'd be very, very worried. But because she's hurt her leg and understands that she's not out adventuring, that she's recovering, I'm assuming that she's in a quiet place and is going to make her way back here. It's raining, so she must be someplace where it's dry, and there's plenty of water around, and when she gets hungry, she'll come back. And that's all I can assume. Worst case scenario, she doesn't, and then I feel really sad, but I trust her cat logic. Yeah. You think fourth slot FE and ISTPs can read line pretty well? I don't know if that's the case or not. I would suggest that it's possible that they can, because they are TISE, which means they're not spending much time ideating themselves. They are observing and deliberating. With NI and SE and TI and FE in the fourth, they probably read people pretty well. Somebody like me, I don't spend all that much time reading other people beyond how they feel about me, maybe. Like I can tell if people don't think my jokes are funny, or if they do. That kind of thing is easy to figure out. If people are dealing with me directly and I'm dealing with them one-on-one, I can tell all sorts of shit about them just by their general approach and attitude. I don't even need to see them. I can tell all kinds of shit about people by the way they're talking. Somewhat tone, somewhat FE. Thank God Octavio Silva's here. Thank God. Because what happened last night, Octavio? When we did tarot, you weren't here. I had to look up those things myself. I'm too important for that. INFJs can be intimidating, and if it is the fact that you have some sort of FE awareness, then that's going to be it's going to be you're going to get the fact that this person's. And I remember when my INFJ aunt checked me when I visited them in Virginia when I was like 14, and I was being socially awkward or whatever. And the way she checked me, and it was successful, it was an FE check. Now it's really easy to check an ENTP with FE because we're sensitive in that area. Who's Joel Goldberg? I don't know who that is. This intimidating thing about INFJs comes from being in Beta Quadra. Right. Well, Beta Quadra is, I think, the most. They're the quadra of imperiousness. Alpha Quadra is like ENTP is the most imperious of Alpha Quadra. Do I need a hug? I don't think so. I feel okay. After an FI Dom, you come to realize nobody likes FI, so you jam it into a box inside yourself. At least that's what I've done. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, right. Well, CJ O'Connell, you're probably drying your tears right now, having been weeping uncontrollably prior to arrival. Beebs. Your boobs are ENFJs. They might be. Okay, now, here's the thing. Here's Octavio Silva's anxiety. Flags. You're scared of flags. They're big and bouncy and pert. Okay. Now, that was your anxiety. Now, Octavio Silva, I'm going to put this flag card aside, actually. I'm going to do another card for your anxiety. I'll put that one aside. Beebs. Anxiety. Octavio's anxiety. He is scared of 7 pentacles. Octavio's scared of 7 pentacles. Octavio's comfort. Your comfort. Your comfort is dithering. In other words, when you are really relaxing, you're not having to use that SE. You're not making any choices. You're just dithering. You're just chilling. You're sitting on the fence. Find that comfortable. Just not really making decisions. Now, here is your vulnerability, your Achilles heel. Ooh. Your Achilles heel is soulmate card? That's interesting. And your magical power. What is Octavio Silva's magical power? High SI users dislike you very much. I bet you ESFJs like you just fine, LO Wolf Rose. I think you would have a wonderful, wonderful relationship with an ESFJ. This is your magic power. Crying over spilt milk is your magic power? I guess your magic power is seeing the 2 cups instead of the 3 spilt ones, perhaps. Perhaps it's optimism as your magic power. So there you go, Octavio Silva. There you go. Okay, so now what I want to talk to you about next is Eric Moore's tarot, okay? So Eric Moore, this card here represents your inner hollow, your hollow. This is your inner hollow, 10 swords. When you are experiencing the hollowness of yourself, this is what you're experiencing, Eric Moore. 10 big swords. That's the hollowness within you, okay? Now, here's the lee of the mountain, which is to say, Eric Moore, this is the place that shelters you in a storm, the aspect of self that shelters you in a storm. 9 Pentacles. 9 Pentacles is shelters you in a storm. Now, that's your shelter. Now here is your here's your what's the word I'm looking for? Spot of gullibility. Here's your spot of gullibility. I don't do reversals. Spot of vulnerability. Not vulnerability. Spot of what did I say? Gullibility. Spot of gullibility. You're gullible about that stuff, okay? And now here's your magic power. Let's find out what your magic power is, Eric Moore. Not those ones. That's not it. Is it this one? Oh, it is this one. Your magic power is a baby in a cup with a bird. That's your magic power, Eric Moore. You're that baby. Look, that bird's coming to hang out with you. Okay, that's your magic power. New relationships, new beginnings, happiness, socializing. FE's your magic power, Eric Moore. Right on. Okay, you're gullible when it comes to getting loaded. You might get loaded too much. Oh, well, your magic power is always a positive thing. Now, you might have a magic power that is opposing a negative, or you might have a magic power that is affirming a positive. But your magic power is always a positive card. So if you get a negative card for magic power, it means you have special magical resistance against that thing. And if you get a positive card for magic power, that means that's what you have to do. Okay, now Eileen. Eileen's urgency. This is Eileen's urgency. Yeah, it's critical to have a partner, soulmate, kind of thing, Okay, so this is your urgency. Now, Eileen, this is your malaise. Your malaise. Okay, this is Eileen's malaise. We have her urgency, her malaise, and then we have her effervescence. What makes Eileen giggle, essentially? Oh, the star. Stars make you giggle. Okay, next we're going to do bacon. We're going to find out about bacon. Rachel, I'm going to get to you. Don't you worry, my precious, perfect, wonderful, pedestal-sitting Ming vase of a lady. You're my pedestal-sitting Ming vase of a lady. Okay, bacon. Bacon. This is your longing. Page of Swords. It's your longing. This is your unfulfilled duty from a past life. Unfulfilled duty from a past life. 7 swords. Your longing, your unfulfilled duty from past life. Your bonus skill from a past life. In other words, something you didn't complete in the past life, something you did complete in the past life, so you don't have to deal with it this life. This is your you get a pass duty. You get a pass on this one in this life. You don't have to worry about fulfilling duties regarding this one. Okay, so it's like free get out of duty free card. Okay. And then lastly, your magic power. Your magic power, Bacon. Knight of Wands. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. You are the Knight of Wands. Okay. So there you go. That's your reading for you, Bacon. Now I'm gonna do boot. Boot. First, your disinterest. You're disinterested in this. Don't care about this at all. Uninterested, I guess you should say. Two of Wands. This is for boot. Now, your unknown passion. You don't know that you're passionate about this. There's a desperate need in you that you've yet to discover, boot. Your unknown passion. King of Wands. Now, your willful purpose. Your willful purpose is 9 Pentacles. I have to look at the Roman numeral the other way around to recognize to see what number it is. That's why I always turn it around. It's your willful purpose. And lastly, or not lastly, actually, second to lastly, you've got your secret purpose. Your secret purpose is to cry over spilt milk? That's a purpose slabs have for you that you never actually get to find out about at all. It's always hidden from you. Your secret purpose. And then lastly, your magical power. Page of Pentacles is your magic power, boot. Magic power, boot. Page of Pentacles. Tarek and Rachel have not had many past lives. They are new here. Ghost Rider is also new. While type use Silva is here for purpose. I don't know. I think I have had at least one past life where I got overly rewarded for my work. And so as a consequence, in some sense, I get underly rewarded for my work in this lifetime. Rachel's ontological waste product. That's to say, stuff she's already processed and doesn't have to worry about that was an issue, but now isn't. Ontological waste product. Same card as before. Crying over spilt milk. This is Rachel's ontological waste product. This is the bad thing that she's already processed, and she doesn't have to really process so much anymore. This is her ontological stuff being digested currently. So you might say your ontological pre-poo. Okay, you have to go up to this one. This is stuff that's being processed right now. Like, okay, well, next thing to become ontological waste product is this. This is the 4 of Swords. Now, this is your conscious growth path. You're aware of this growth path. It's a 6 of Cups. And this is your unconscious growth path that you may or may not ever become aware of, but that is actually an area in which you're growing. This is sort of the slab side of things. Unconscious growth path is the 7 of Cups. And then lastly, your magic power. Where does the magic come from within you? My Rachel Lapalosa. Magic power. Ooh. My penis is your magic power? Remarkable. I agree. Making the correct decision. There's no doubt that Rachel has done that. Yeah. You know, my penis is the Ace of Swords. Her vag is the Queen of Portals, also known as the Ace of Cups. Can Krista Sarma go, I will pull some cards for you, but Octavio Silva is not going to be here to help with that. Goodbye. Bye, Octavio. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese today. Can Krishna Sarma Pagoo. If there's no time, past lives seem kind of contradictory. If there's no time, well, there is time. I mean, it's like if you, how do you retroactively run out of time? I'm not sure. Time is an illusion? Really? I think that time is not so much an illusion as it is a subjective experience. An illusion? All right, then. Here, this card is for CJ O'Connell. CJ O'Connell, this is your bonus leftover from past life. So, in other words, you did something so well in the past life, you don't have to ever deal with that again in this life. It's not a problem for you. Page of Pentacles. Okay, this is your taken care of in a previous life, handled. You don't got to worry about any Page of Pentacles shit anymore. Okay. Now, here's the thing that you're making up for from past life. So it's like you're never going to get a square deal on this one. You're always going to get, you seem to get the raw end of it. A Hierophant. That means basically, when it comes to being traditional and following the rules as expected and being protocol-y and being in tune with everybody's expectations and stuff, you're just going to always struggle with that. You are, always struggle with that. Now, here is your willful path of growth. That's a negative path of growth. Let's see. What are we going to make of this? 3 swords. 3 swords is heartbreak and stuff. So your path of growth, like a lot of people, probably like most people, lies through heartache. So yeah, go get your heart broken, weep uncontrollably. Appropriate for this stream. Now, your path of danger. Don't go down this path. No, don't go down this path. There are snakes down there. Snakes and tigers. This is your snake path. Don't go down the snake path. 8 cups. 8 cups are, I'm going to look up the thing here on this thing. 8 cups. 8 cups. That is gone. Walking away, letting go, escapism, self-discovery, withdrawal, looking for the truth. What did I say that one was again? I forget. And then this is your magic power. CJ's magic power. God damn it, Octavio. Now you made that I'm doing that stupid thing. Now I have to do it. God. All right, your magic power, CJ O'Connell. Your magic power. No. Wasn't that one. Wasn't that one. There it is. See how it pops out like that? You can tell. King of Pentacles. Your magic power, CJ O'Connell, is an absolutely gorgeous blonde beard. Let me look up King of Pentacles. This is your magic power. When you want to cause things in the universe to change magically, you need to use these things here. Ghostwriter, did I not do you yet? I will do you next. Do you have to be last? Should I do you next? The Page of Pentacles. Let's see. Page of Pentacles is good news in financial matters. Laying the foundations, decide what you want and go for it. Dependable. What was the page? Which one was the Page of Pentacles again, though? I forget what the thing was for you. Yeah, TI demands accuracy of words, and I does not. I agree with that. Okay, so now, Ghostwriter, you're next. Ghostwriter's area of intensity. Decision, like waffling. Ghostwriter's area of intensity is waffling. You're welcome, CJ. It's area of intensity. Two swords. Now, your area of peace. Yeah, I guess waffling, like having to make decisions, is intense for you. Having to make sense. You're SE polar. Okay. Your area of ease. What's ontologically easy for you? Your area of ease is 10 swords. 10 swords is, let me look at 10 swords. Betrayal, enemies, failure, breakdown, rock bottom, nail in the coffin, overly dramatic, plain victim. So it's easy for you to suffer, I guess. Sorry. It's easy for you to suffer. That's an area that's easy for you to do that. You just naturally can do that, no problem. Okay, now here's your area of comfort, which is different than ease. Easiness is different than comfort. So here's your area of comfort. Crying over spilt milk, huh? This will comfort you? You're kind of mopey. No offense. Okay, and then lastly, we've got your magical power. Magical power. Actually, I'm going to do a different order here. I'm going to say, before you do magical power, your path of growth. Your path of growth. This one. Magic. Magic is a path of growth. That's a great path of growth, Ghostwriter. That's a very any path of growth. Appropriate for you and your tool function. And then lastly, your magic power. Leaving. I'm out of here. It's my magic power. See you later. I'm the guy on the boat. I'm going bald, but I'm out of here. You stay over there on the shore. Okay, so there you go. Now, I believe we have... Did I do Kankan Krishna Summer for you yet? I forget if I did her or not. IAG last. I'll do you for next, IAG last, since I'm not sure if I've done Kankan Krishna Summer for you before yet today or not. Yeah, he's so stressed out he's going bald, so it's time to leave. Exactly. All right. IAG last. This is your secret shame. IAG last secret shame is 6 swords. You're secretly ashamed of your inability to move on quickly after bad things happen. IAG last. You are secretly ashamed of being unable to move past things after bad things happen quickly. Okay, now, IAG last. Your secret pride. So secretive about it, but you're proud of it secretly. The lovers. You're proud of your penis. You're proud of your lovemaking ability. You're proud of how you make a woman go, eh, eh, eh. That's secret, though. You don't brag about it. Now, so you've got your secret shame, secret pride. We've got your growth path of growth. The moon. Okay, IAG last. Your path of growth is the moon. That means imagination, bruising, dreams. Now, your secret, you're not your secret, your magical power, IAG last. What is your magical power? What is your magical power? Is it Beebs? No, it's 2 sticks. That's your magical power. What is 2 sticks? Let me look. 2 sticks. 2 sticks. Restlessness, wanderlust. 2 paths, decisions. That's your magic power, is handling circumstances of restlessness and 2 decisions, IAG last. Did I do Ken Krishna Sarmapagu yet? I didn't get an answer on that. All right, Ken Krishna Sarmapagu, you're next. Okay. We're going to do, for Ken Krishna Sarmapagu, this is what we're going to do. And I think you're going to like it. I think it's a good new idea. Okay. We're going to do, here we go. Ken Krishna Sarmapagu's woman self. Her woman self. This one. Ken Krishna Sarmapagu's woman self is the star. Ken Krishna Sarmapagu's male self, her man self. Your man self, Ken Krishna Sarmapagu, is Knight of Wands. Now your demon self is 3 of Cups. Your angel self, Strength. And your God self. This is Ken Krishna Sarmapagu at her most elite level. God level. Page of Swords. All right. So you got your woman self, your man self, your demon self, your angel self, and your God level self. Okay, now, Winston's mom, I'm giving you the same reading. I'm going to give you the old woman, man, demon, angel, God level self. Okay, here you go, Winston's mom. Your woman self, your womanly self, the high priestess. That's your woman self, Winston's mom. Now, your man self. Page of Cups. Even your man self's pretty moist there, Winston's mom, for third slot. But you know, that's how third slot works with the FI. It dampens the seepage. Now, your demon self. 2 of them. Okay. You got 2 demon selves. Sorry. I didn't mean for you to get that. Knight of Swords is one of them, and going on the boat, 5 sticks is the other one. It's your demon self. Your angel self. 2 of these as well. Your angel self is the devil in rainbows. Okay, I will move off the con. I can tell you right now, Bitcoin. Invest in Bitcoin right now. Buy Bitcoin. If you got money to invest in Bitcoin. It's going to jump for sure. Okay, so you got 2 demons and 2 angels, huh? All right. So now we've done your man self, your woman self. We've done your woman self, then your man self, your demon self, your angel self, and lastly, God level Winston's mom, Knight of Pence. So interestingly, your angel self includes the devil. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Now, Momopticon. Let's pull the a card for the markets in general. The lovers. It looks like it's a good day, good time to invest in the markets. And then a card for specifically cryptocurrency or Bitcoin in specific. BTC. Knight of Wands. Market equals lovers. Knight of Wands equals crypto. So let's see what the Knight of Wands says. Being hasty, open-minded, adventurous, energetic, taking risks, hot-tempered, travel success. So it looks like I would guess that Bitcoin's going to be more volatile as a market in the coming weeks than our stocks. I think stocks are going to be a little bit more steady. But like I said, success here on Knight of Wands. The lovers, let's see what it says about the lovers. But my non-tarot read is go Bitcoin. The lovers touching each other's bodies. Ooh, to the law, to the lizard. Love, soulmates, kindred spirits, partnerships, major choices, romance, shared values. So in other words, I think if you were to invest in the markets right now, when very low, my dad was saying like he wished he had an extra 30 grand or something lying around, but right now he's tapped out because all these expenses, paying for my mother, waiting for the long-term care insurance to reimburse him, Yeah, it's a good time to buy either Bitcoin or stocks. Well, one heuristic bias is, she may be referring to this one, the idea that because you can establish that there is a risk, that tells us something about what we ought to do about the risk. This is something that is evident here in this fucking virus thing, I'm going to do a pull for me now, okay? Pull for me. First, my lady self, my inner woman. Strength. My inner woman is my strength. Now, my man self. My man self is also a woman. The moon. No, the world. The world is my man self. Not the moon. The world. Okay, now, my demon self. See what my demon self. Ooh, that one, obviously. My demon self is withdrawal and hermitage, I guess. Oh, my angel self is the Ace of Cups. And my God level self, this one pops right out, is the Wheel of Fortune. What an interesting poll. My woman self, it is a strength of mine, I think. I've determined it is since I've started hanging out here, Like Winston's mom has convinced me that my womanly self is a strength of mine for sure. My man self, I actually forget what the world means, to be honest. I know it's supposed to be a good card, but reaping your rewards, completion, fulfillment, sense of belonging, wholeness, travel, achievement. That's good. My demon self is the Hermit. So that one, I think I get Ace of Cups, my angel self, Ace of Cups. The Hermit, soul searching, self reflection, introspection, contemplation, inner guidance. So if I'm doing too much internal stuff, that's not good. In my angel self, Ace of Cups. Ace of Cups is new relationships, new beginnings, in love or happiness, socializing. I'm at my best in love and socializing, I guess. I'm at my most angelic. And then the Wheel of Fortune is my God level self. So what does that tell us? Wheel of Fortune. Where's Wheel of Fortune? No Puedo Findo. What number is it? 10. Wait. Oh. He's got these numbered wrong. Big changes. Oh, there's Octavia Silva. This is the wrong number, Octavia Silva. Hermit is not 10. Hermit is 9. And Strength is 8. I got both those cards right now. Wheel of Fortune. Big changes, destiny, good luck, karma, cycles of life, upheaval. The universe is working in your favor. Huh. That's so like saying basically like that the magical shit is my God level, like astrology and tarot and whatever else, which is ridiculous, of course, because I'm a TI person, really. But this, I get it. It's saying, Eric, you were born under what's the word? Auspicious stars, you know, and that I'm at my best when I'm letting the slabs do their work and rolling without trying to think ahead too much or plan. This is a great pull. I like that one. I got so many like big cards. I got Strength, the World, the Hermit, Wheel of Fortune, Ace of Cups. Who knows why things happen that way? It's interesting. I'm so lucky. Like, why am I so lucky? And other people are unlucky. Like some people I pull cards for, they consistently get bad cards. It's like I don't want to pull these bad cards to these people. Like poor Winston's mom, she's always getting bad cards. And no, it was the lol sorry stupid correction that was the stupid correction, I think. Can also I would have just not even noticed, but yeah, true, Tom. I'm ignoring as well. So I believe that also can disturb my pattern recognition. That also can disturb my pattern recognition in ways. Wait. CJ goes, no, wait. Hold on. Can also. I like that. I like the fact that you picked that personally. It's you're correct. It works exactly the same either way. CJ O'Connell. Thank you, Octavia Silva. Isn't that just being called superstitious? What, my assessment of self there? I mean, look, it's an interesting question, TMB Scar Knight. This is for you, TMB Scar Knight. It's a doorway to meta-rationalism, magical thinking. It's like, it's a mistake to think that magical thinking is a destination. It's a frame that you can use to understand things differently than you do through rational thinking. You don't have to prioritize the magical in your decision making, but there are some circumstances in which magical decision making is the only kind of decision making that's appropriate because, by Octavio, because you're dealing with something that's beyond parsing. And in my opinion, human beings need to apply to themselves the same thing that they apply to everything else in life, namely that that they can be understood through some purpose. Hi, Cameron. How you doing? Nice to see you. What you up to today? You want to hang out? You want to play? Bisexual Octavio? Let's smoke and ride. Okay, yeah, sure. Come on over whenever you feel like it. I got some weeds. I got a bicycle. We could ride. Where are we gonna ride? All right, cool. See you in an hour, Cameron. Oh, well, that's good. Now I have a plan for the day. Yes, Cameron's coming over to play. We're gonna smoke some weed, and then we're gonna go on a bicycle ride. Uh, Probably up into the mountains, so to speak. And that'll be cool. Eric, I'm jealous because you always get dispensary weed, and I just have bud from a friend right now. Yes, dispensary weed is generally better, more reliable. Yes, I will take some films and stuff. What I should do is we could go up the JPL trail, or we could go up the dirt road from Chantry. Go up the road from Chantry. You know, it's a possibility. The thing about smoking dispensary weed is the main thing that makes it better is that you can choose your poisons. You know, it's like I've come to understand, and this is a long time coming for me, considering how long I've been smoking weed. But you can get two weeds that are both equally strong, and that's not the main point. It's like this. Well, it's overcast. It's not raining. It's a little bit of drizzly, kind of misty, whatever. Yeah, I live in California. No, I mean we got mountains right to the north of me here that are fairly big mountains. I mean, talking about the Angeles Forest National Forest, and I mean not like super tall mountains, like you know, I think they get about as high as 7,000 or 8,000 feet, probably at the highest, but they're rather extensive, and they're definitely mountains, not hills. It's pretty cool, but it's just we don't get a whole shit ton of rain most years, and so it can get a little dry up in the mountains. But we've had good rain the last couple of years, and so it's gonna be a nice ride. Yeah, Momopticon, the truth about marijuana is it's probably the only drug that you can sustainably abuse full blast, which makes it for people like me who naturally have a need or desire for head change, but you know, can't have to figure out the right thing. This substance doesn't provide a boost in productivity, but it also doesn't necessarily curtail productivity either. It doesn't really have any impact on it. Which strain of weed makes you feel like Bill Walton is color commentating your life? Well, okay. There's the kinds of strains of weed that I don't like are the ones that smell pretty flowery or pretty heavy, but they end up giving you a headache. I don't like that kind of weed. It's a net neutral for me. Yeah. Could you use weed as a spice in pesto or pasta? Sure. But the thing is, eating weed is not a good way to consume it, in my opinion. My Momsicon says the types I've tried makes me lazier and harder to think and speak coherently. That's normal for people who don't smoke it all the time. My altitude is, probably about 1,000 feet. Arcadia actually has a range of altitude because Arcadia stretches all the way up to Chantry Flats in the mountains. So at its highest point, Arcadia is probably about 3,000 feet. NI is very satisfying to an NE-DOM because I'm in Arcadia. I used to live in Laverne. Kimberly used to live in Laverne. Kimberly no longer lives in Laverne, by the way. She moved to Bishop to live, I guess, with her sister or near her sister. She's got her sister up there and a couple of niece and nephew kind of thing. I will say this, thinking about Kimberly and that former relationship, I sincerely hope and believe that Kimberly's somewhat, I remember Opaloid, somewhat better off for having been with me. And by which I mean, it can't help but be the case that some of my righteousness rubbed off on her. Like some of the bullshit that she maybe used to not really understand was full blast with bullshit. She now understands bullshit that she's got a clearer sense of how and when to object and how and when to, it's like, I don't know. I would hope that, for example, she has a nephew who's kind of getting bullied a bit, I guess, up on Bishop. And, I fucking pissed about it. Like, well, let me talk to his mom. Let me talk to him. Let me deal with this shit because everyone's dealing with it all fucking non-decisively. And so is it weird? Do you get the sense that you want to leave a girl better than the state you found her in? Yeah, I get a sense that I do that. Sure, of course. I want to make sure that Kimberly's okay to the sense that, I don't want to make sure that. I don't want to do anything about it, but I'm just saying I hope she's better off, Oh, I agree with you, Winston's mom. I don't think she spends time hating me either. I think that hopefully she feels wiser for having been in a relationship. I certainly do. And hopefully she feels as though it ended up being the best thing for her to move to Bishop, be near her nephew and niece, whom she cares a lot about, I think it's not at all a cuck mindset. It's an alpha mindset, actually. I didn't know this until I was breaking up with Kimberly, but at that point when I spent some energy saying like, hey, we need to find a new partner for Kimberly. We need to find somebody that she's going to be happy with and blah, 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 blah. Someone told me alpha males in the, not the quadra sense, but in the other sense, that's supposedly an alpha male trait to try to find new partners for the people you're breaking up with. At some point, it will become a story she tells over cocktails or cosmos within the ladies at brunch. She'll be wiser in her next relationship. She'll know better what makes her feel secure. I hope so. I don't have any ill will towards her, and The thing is, she was so much braver than a lot of people in some ways, you know. Um, she, she was willing to fight it out with me. She didn't have accountability avoidance syndrome, although she had something like it in the relationship. Like I couldn't get her to work with me at all. Whether it's cucked or alpha depends on the intention behind the action, not the action itself. Maybe the guy she likes will come back in her life. Well, she's in Bishop now, so that guy that she likes, I think he did come back into her life while she was still here. But remember, he's married, so you know, Kimberly can make plants and animals thrive and grow and prosper. Exactly. There's something good inside somebody who cares that much about animals and making things okay. You know, she was way too old um to expect her to learn all the new tricks that are involved with being with me, for one thing, because it's if you spend a long time, as Kimberly had, being in charge of your own space in life and the boss of the SI environment in general, and I come into the mix, well, it's a recipe for a grease fire, you know? Whereas Rachel and I are both, first of all, tri-type help matters a lot. Speaking of tri-type, Rachel and I are both probably the same tri-type, although I think she's 748 rather than 784. She might be 741, but I really don't think so. I think she's 748. I see 8 in you, Rachel, but it's third slot, not second. But being both being sevens is really super important. Why do some INTPs seem like vegetables and others just seem like ENTPs who aren't that yappy? Well, third slot SI is potentially a trap because third slot SI means you want to make sure all the stories that comprise your personal narrative are what you want them to be, and not you don't want to have any shame shivers. A huge Resh, does Rachel get mad? Yeah, she gets mad. She doesn't come out very often, doesn't display it very often. But when Rachel's been pushed beyond where she wants to be, the middle fingers come out. Her little teeny middle fingers. It's adorable. Everybody around us, just like, that's my girl. Type 6s have no redeeming qualities. Well, I think that's a little harsh, Memopticon. But I will say that being with a 684 before and a 784 do not mix. They do not mix. 784 and 684 is pew, pew, pew. Maybe INTPs live in hospitals? Eric Moore, let me tell you my frustrations with SI. Let's say I want to debate someone. I know I'm right, but I can't just back up enough like an SI person. So it's like frustrating. Lamau, 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 mau, 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 mau. INTPs would just lobotomize the INTPs. Momopticon, that's not true. No, Rachel's not one to default to 8. It's like the way it works is for me, I play. And if somebody interferes with my playing in some way, namely is wrong or tries to be unpleasant or something like that, then I blow up at them. Ah! Now that doesn't work. Then I retreat to, well, you know what? I don't care anyway. I'm an individual. Fuck your social mores. I'm just going to do my thing. And yeah. But Rachel goes, play, play, play. Somebody interferes with her playing. She goes, well, I'll just go over here and do my own thing then and ignore you and be myself. And then if they continue to fuck with her, then she gets mad. That's the basic order of operation. Now, continue to fuck with her plays out as not sleeping, not being able to really truly rest and settle in. As Rachel considered 6-wing 7, I agree it's unlikely for types other than EXXPs to be a core 7. I agree with that. Rachel's an oddity. She's definitely a 7. There's no disputing that. She and I are the same Enneagram type. We are full blast 7s. It's always about, yeah, but I don't really feel like that, doing that thing, or, whatever. We don't like to work. We like to play. We're both 100% 7s. It is odd, though. INFJs normally aren't 7s. What I would say is interesting is, I think my friend Corey is another INFJ 7. And I was also really tight with him, like I am with Rachel. There's something about INFJ 7s and ENTP 7s that, yeah. Do you think Enneagrams are suitable justification for two types behaving differently? Well, first of all, I wouldn't say they're behaving differently. In other words, the implication there is that, does Enneagram justify a type deviating from the norm? I don't think that Enneagram is at all exclusive of cognitive functions. So I would say the norm is wrong, that the norm would include any Enneagram manifestation of a given function stack. That the range of the norm should include all such variants and not just the most common one, which might be described in the type description. So I don't think that, in fact, saying, well, that's not very ENTP-like, that's not very INFJ-like of her, and me going, well, it's a 7. Cameron's an ISTJ. There's a lot more ease in understanding. Yeah. The thing is, Rachel does act like an INFJ. She just is a 7. So you get both. What does that mean? It means she's not deviating from being an INFJ. If you talk about her cognitive attentional stuff, it's all NI, FE, TI, SE, just like an INFJ. But I don't think so. There aren't a lot of INFJs at all. I think most INFJs are not Enneagram 7. I think most INFJs are probably 4s or possibly 5s. Thoughts on verbal IQ and spatial IQ determining whether a type is wing 4 or wing 6? I don't think those verbal and spatial IQs have anything to do with Enneagram. I think those have to do with cognitive functions. Verbal IQ is NE, spatial IQ is TE, maybe TENI. Yeah, CJ O'Connell, treat it like Frisbee. No sorries. There's no sorries in Frisbee. If you're not aware of that rule, you should be aware of it. Apply it going forward. No sorries in Frisbee. I'm going to smoke this bong rip now. Why do NI users have cross eyes in Pixel all the time? I didn't know that. I don't know if that's the case. Bye, Eric Moore. See you later. We'll miss you. You tell your family, fine, I'm here. Now, what the fuck do you want? That's how you should approach your family right now. People love it when you approach them like that. Why do you justify Rachel's behavior with Enneagram when most of the INFJs are not Enneagram? So I'm not justifying her behavior with Enneagram. I'm saying that one of the reasons why Rachel and I get along so well is that she's an Enneagram type 7, which means she and I have the same attitude towards basically structure, which is we don't like it. if you ask me, well, in other words, Tom Jacobson, I'm not saying Rachel deviates from some INFJ norm because of Enneagram Type 7. I'm saying Rachel's an INFJ. I would get along with any INFJ, I'm sure, quite well. But Rachel and I get along especially well because she's a 7, like me, which is to say we both are sort of opposed to TE structure more than most people are. Well, look, the key thing about Enneagram is it covers a different area of stuff in personality than cognitive functions, and they don't overlap and they don't conflict. So there's the only other personality thing I use besides cognitive functions is Enneagram, because I think it does tell us something else about how people's personality is, even though it doesn't have mechanics to it or anything. I am the thing is, Ken Chris, Summer Pagoo, and Rachel Lapalosa are identical in critical ways because they're both INFJs. Namely, they begin with NI, they follow with FE. You're going to see NI-FE from both of them most of the time. The TI is there to make sure they don't make logical mistakes, and periodically they will parse something independently and contribute that. And then the SE is something we're not going to see here. It's going to be something that they need independently of the internet. Obviously, it's INFJs have more of a need to do something other than internet than ENFPs do, because we have SI fourth, they have SE fourth. ENFPs need to do a little SI management. INFJs need to do some SE management, but they can actually correlate. They can actually coincide or complement each other really nicely, because if I want to say go for a bike ride for SI reasons, she might want to do the same thing for SE reasons, and it works out. I don't know, my Enneagram is different on different tests. You just have to ask yourself the 3 questions and figure out what, it's like, how do you respond to conflict or anger? Do you pow pow? Do you let's make nice? Or do you like, no, yeah, okay, well, you're gonna disagree, I'm just gonna walk away. One says, Mom, I'm now starting to see why I'm so INFJ. I want a godlike perfect man for me. INFJs do want the man they want. And if Rachel is any indication, they're stunningly able to get it. It's like, you think about it, Rachel, at some point, decided she wanted to get with me. She wanted me to be her boyfriend, and when the opportunity arose, she made it happen, and it was perfect. Enneagram. I don't know. I always say Enneagram. That's how I always say it, but I know that's wrong. I think it's Enneagram, or Enneagram. Ninja Lamau. I actually say that to myself. I want to see divinity in my man. Well, that's perfectly a reasonable thing. No false prophets. If life were a game of what's that game show with big bucks no whammies in it? What's the game show with big bucks no whammies? I want to see a chef and maid in my woman. Oh, that's so progressive of you, Momopscon. Big bucks, no whammies, and stop. Uh-oh, you got a whammy. What is that TV show called? I gotta check. Big bucks, no whammies. Press your luck. Right. Press your luck. Okay, so if you guys are not Press Your Luck fans, you wouldn't know this, but if you are Press Your Luck fans, then what I'm trying to get at here is you should say, I'm the one introverted feeler in my family that makes so much sense, Lamau Shmuffa. That old show, so good. Yes, big bucks, no whammies. Big bucks, no whammies. So we should all have our own no whammy. But for each person, their no whammy is different. For some, their whammy is shyness. For others, their whammy is El Guapo. For still others, their whammy is a whammy. I really like that line in Three Amigos where, there's an inspirational speech and they say, everybody has an El Guapo. For some, their El Guapo is shyness. For others, for us, it's El Guapo. I really like that movie. I want to strongly recommend Three Amigos. It's a fine, fine movie that everybody should enjoy many times. Do INTJs and INFJs get along? Well, here's the thing. I think INTJs and INFJs get along fine as friends, and I think that they probably make good pals, but they are not probably good as relationship partners. And the reason is because each other's tool is each other's polar. Momo, I used to get bullied a lot. I hope you wouldn't bully me. I won't bully you, Ninfa Estrada. It's not your fault. Your name is Ninfa. You didn't name yourself Ninfa. That was your parents' decision. Nobody should look at me. Look at me. Look at my face. Because she was tired of arguing about it. Tom Jickelson, that's why. You look at me. You look at me while I bully you. Bully, bully, bully. I'm poking you, poking you, poking you. And it was named after my grandmother who is dead. Your grandmother was named Ninfa? Why is there an F, though? I don't understand why there's an F. Ninfa. I've never heard anybody named Ninfa before. Exactly. I was tired of explaining. Lamau for sure, Rachel, but the stuff about time and whatnot with them is so on point, especially with my mom. Lamau Smuffa. Ninfa is Old Italian for nymph? Oh, cool. Because F stands for fuck the front ferociously. Good point. Also important. F stands for frogs as well. Lamento della Nympha is a great song. Yeah, they can be neurotic with regards to that stuff. Nymphs. I really do enjoy how my neighborhood here is so forested, so many big trees and plants and so lush and verdant and stuff. But it is getting cluttered with nymphs. It's like there's so many woodland nymphs around now. It's just like, will somebody get some dryads in here to take them away? That's what it's like around here. Yeah, Tom Jefferson, what's your type? What's your type? Are you a nymph or a dryad? I'm one part nymph, one part dryad, and one part pan. I've got a pan flute and a bunch of grapes. Why did you guess? I get along with INFJs. I just understand they will never have my back if not socially convenient. And from their perspective, that's probably my fault. Um, well, I mean, I would say they're not going to have your back if you're wrong. if you're right, they'll have your back. If you're right and right about being right, like in other words, you're not just right, but you're being right, then they'll side with you. I mean, also, if you're super tight, then they'll side with you if you need them to, but they're going to understandably not like it if you're requiring them to side with you, even though you're wrong. Be nice and right. If you're right but mean, they will betray. You would see it as betrayal probably because you you are F5 third. Yeah, if I think you're wrong, I won't have your back. I don't care about back stuff. And of course, the thing is, I don't want Rachel to have my back if I'm wrong. Now, there are other issues of sort of loyalty, which is um, which is like if somebody's positioning themselves as my enemy, then Rachel would totally be on board with the sort of loyalty thing of, well, don't make nice with the enemy, I guess you'd say. But um, that's a sort of an overall situational thing rather than a specific action in the moment. You know, if I'm being wrong, I don't want Rachel to support me. You know, I do want her to do the loyalty into things like I've talked about there, where if the situation is such that like um well, for example, I wouldn't want Rachel reaching out to Tori and trying to make nice with her in some way, or talking with her about things as though she and I were equal parties. Let me talk to Tori now. I'll talk to you. No, that would not be okay at all, remotely. You know, in that sense, if somebody is made it clear they're my enemy, then Rachel needs to be 100% on my side in terms of in terms of you know positionings. That's very different than whether I expect her to support me in any given moment, in any given thing I'm saying to any given person. In that instance, I'm capable of being wrong like anybody else. I might say, for example, tell that person a lie. I would not want Rachel to support me on that. Although ideally, she wouldn't shame the living fuck out of me in front of everybody. But it's like if she did, well, natural consequence of my own bad behavior. You know. To be honest, I don't think FE is the greatest function ever, but I'm starting to see the value in it, and it can be good as long as it isn't overkill. Same. I've had so many people get mad at me, but I can't back you up when you're wrong. It's okay. At least I'm not part of the wrong parade. Right. If somebody's demanding loyalty when you're wrong, then they're doing it wrong. I think EHPs and beta quad agree about that. But we also agree, we understand the imperiousness aspect. So there is, in fact, situations where there are parties who are adversarial or enemies, so to speak, in one's life. And on those matters, I think I can absolutely rely on Rachel to understand what it means to be loyal and to be on one side and opposing another side. I'm not worried about that at all. So, in my opinion, INFJs are loyal in the manner in which they need to be loyal, and they prioritize truth, justice, in the American way, where they ought to prioritize truth, justice, in the American way. I'm confident that if there came a circumstance where I had to ask Rachel to back me up anyway, quote unquote, that she would. But we end up, if you're doing that, then there's something wrong. It needs to be resolved. Back me up anyway, even though I'm not right. That's going to have to be dealt with at some point. If I might be willing to do it, she would too. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to have to hold the other to an accounting at some point and figure out what's going on here. I don't know what you're saying there, Nympha. My INFJX could tell when I was doing the default bright Effie smile versus actually the soft and romantic. Pretty creepy. Well, sure. They can tell the difference. They know whether you're being authentic or not. See, one thing that Rachel likes about me a lot is that I am very authentic in my displays. Uh, she knows. She knows that I'm not trying to maneuver her with FE, and INFJs do not like that one bit. And I'm not maneuvering her with FE. I think INFJs also don't like to pick a side if there's a possible choice to do so. They seem to prefer external harmony. Right. They prefer to not be aligned against anybody to the extent that they can. Lancelot was wrong to tell Guinevere he loved her. King Arthur was right to try to seat everyone at the round table, so was Gwen wrong to love both of them? Yeah. Interrogate away, Tom Gibson. I mean, I guess Dark Phoenix doesn't like it, but I like interrogations. Me, other people, doesn't matter. Rachel Apple, cheating is interesting. I've observed most people around me cheat on their partners. It's interesting how they justify this to each other. Yeah, cheating's weird. I could never do it. There's no way. Not nowadays. I mean, maybe when I was 18 or something. I couldn't do it now. I've told my family for years, if you're right, I will defend you and fight for you. But if you're wrong, don't expect me to be on your side. A bit harsh, but I apply this to everyone. It's exactly what you should do. It's called being a universalist instead of a particularist. And it's called ignoring FI, Zandy. That's exactly what you're doing. You're ignoring FI. Rachel's countervaluing it, and I value it, but last in the calculation, so we're all on the same page here. Blood relations are one of the weird things that are not arbitrary. It's like it should be, but it's not. Uh, I've never talked with my blood relatives even remotely nearly as much about always being there for you and always being together and stuff as I have with various women. But I'm always there with my family and they're always there for me, and women come and go until this one. Cheating is justified if you're trying to get the absolute best partner but also need a relationship to function optimally. What? That's not justified logically, that's justified practically. Like utilitarian from an self-interest perspective, when you don't care about anybody else, then I guess that's the justification for it. But cheating is justified if you're trying to get the absolute best partner but also need a relationship to function optimally. I mean, the thing is, you can't get a good partner if you're cheating because no good partner will be with you. So it's like you can't cheat your way to a better partner. Well, I mean, if you're in a current relationship, okay, yeah, but I mean, you're going to get caught eventually. They're going to figure out that you're not the person you think you are, they think you are, and all that kind of stuff. If you're being dishonest fundamentally, then, no good comes from that at the end of the day. If I'm quite, I am quite confident and comfortable with the reality that Rachel's not going to ever cheat on me. Because we're both so metaphysical. We don't prioritize our own feelings. So it's not the case that that we're going to be caught up in that some sort of desire that is going to cause us to be swept up in the moment or something. Because we both countervalue FI in that regard. We both make our decisions in other ways, and we're both very metaphysical type. So, you had an HP friend who cheated constantly and justified because he wanted to find his best potential mate. Well, I mean, I. Well, why did you do it, Eric? Was it just hormones? Why did I do what? Cheat? When I cheated? I did it because I thought it would be, I guess, like stupid FE reasons, I guess, or just not getting it, like thinking, yeah, I can. I'm starting to really like become big pimp or something, and just not getting it, just being too young, not understanding that what it meant to hurt somebody else's feelings, to really wound somebody else, who what it meant to be in a loving relationship and be monogamous and stuff. What it meant to provide somebody the comfort and trust that allows them to settle into a relationship in a healthy way. If you know, I would never be okay with swinging. I would never be okay with uh threesome or whatever. I I, I want just me and Rachel, and that's it for the rest of our lives. And I don't want any other parties involved sexually in either of our lives. And I'm quite certain that I can rely on Rachel to have exactly the same level of horror at the notion that I have. The reason is because neither of us are physical types. So if you're an ESFP, at the end of the day, meanings just don't matter very much. And so it's really easy for an ESFP to go, well, hey, yeah, I did that, but that, hey, don't worry about it, honey. He didn't mean anything to me. Okay, well, or she didn't mean anything to me, or whatever. That's an ESFP kind of thing to say, as though the damage to the narratives mattered less than the reality or something. Obviously, if there's if infidelity happens in a relationship, the relationship is over. Period. Instantly, forever. Because you can't possibly be with somebody that you don't trust. And even if there is absolutely no it's like both parties have to feel like they don't have to keep an eye on their partner. If you have to police your partner or do detective work or something, you do not belong in that relationship. If you are constantly fighting, or if you are struggling to make yourself understood, or you don't feel like you're heard, or you don't feel like you can understand or hear your partner, you don't be in that relationship. If you feel like your partner, you need to change a few things about them before you can really settle in with them, don't be in that relationship. You're only doing the other person damage. Um, There's nothing about Rachel I want to change. There's nothing I need her to be or do other than what she is. Jordan Peterson says 80% of interactions should be positive, and he's about 18% too low on that. It's not true. That's just not true. Rachel and I don't engage with each other negatively. It doesn't mean that we can't engage negatively about other things. We can't share negative thoughts about something. Periodically, I spend some time going, oh my God, this piece of media is so fucking horrible. I can't stand it. It's so offensive to me. And then Rachel and I will discuss why it's so bad. That's fine. Is that a negative interaction? No, because we're being positive about each other. Very rarely do we ever have anything negative to say towards the other person. Relationships are not hard work. You shouldn't have to feel like you're compromising much at all. How do you let off steam to Rachel if you don't engage negatively? I don't get mad at Rachel. She doesn't do anything to make me mad. Yeah, he's really devoted to burrito distributions is right. That's exactly right. Why 80%? Why 80% should be positive? It should be a bit more than that. I mean, the thing is, she's with me, Ken Krishna Sarma Pagu. If Rachel wants some intense drama to feel alive, well, she's with the right person. Periodically, drama finds me. And, I don't know why. Would you ever have a bad day and just want to be an asshole to the person next to you for no reason? I don't indulge in it. When Rachel and I want to do that, what we do instead is we attack things that the person next to us likes, but we don't attack the person next to us. So it's like she'll start talking shit about, like this song that I think is good or whatever. And then I'll start talking shit about something that I think she likes or whatever. Now, Rachel would have to have had a very long reach to break my cat's leg from New York. And when that's happening too, the thing is, neither of my best relations, I would say the conflict with unseen is conflict with seen entertainment. Well, neither of us can really pretend very long. If we're being in a pissy mood, it's pretty obvious we're being in a pissy mood. We kind of just look at each other and go, okay, whatever. Yeah, PP loves Rachel too. Do I win every argument with my exes? I couldn't. I mean, Kimberly and I just constantly ground to stalemates because she would work against me in every aspect of my communication, and I would not give up. I would get louder and angrier because she wasn't cooperating at all. She wasn't trying to do it. She wasn't trying to work towards anything. She was trying to work against me about everything. And so I won none of those arguments. But neither did she. We just... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. If you're not here, you're weeping uncontrollably. That's just how it goes. That's just life in the big city, friends. Without this streaming down your face, it would be tears instead streaming down your face. You don't want that. Ain't nobody likes tears streaming down their face. Did you try to understand why Kimberly felt the need to argue with you? I mean, when I say she wouldn't work with me, that's what I mean. I would say, okay, well, listen. You said these horrible things about me in this last conversation. I don't want to start another big battle about it, but I got to talk to you about it. So, you said this bad thing about me. Work with me. Tell me you didn't really mean that, and You're so sensitive. But just stop. Just hold on a second. I'm trying to be really just okay. Now listen. Let's not get all upset or anything. I'm just trying to talk to you about these things you said to me yesterday, and they were really harsh and I think kind of totally not fair. And I want you're still gonna say, "Oh my god, I can't believe you're saying that!" But just please, just talk. Before I know it, I'm screaming at her. Will you fucking work with me? Because that's what it was like. I couldn't, no matter how honest, decent, vulnerable, whatever it was that I approached her, trying to get some sort of progress rhetorically by talking things out, getting some people that both parties to admit things they did were wrong or whatever. I couldn't get her to admit a goddamn thing. She never agreed to anything. She never worked with me at all. She wouldn't allow the only way that problems ever get solved, which is through language, to work. She wouldn't allow me, an absolute like elite level expert at being in relationships, to fix the relationship problems. Why did she feel the need to argue with me? She didn't even feel the need to argue with me. She felt the need to attack me all the time. I was trying to get her to be decent. She attacked me constantly. She was always trying to belittle me, emasculate me. She had me so fucking weird in the head by the end of that relationship. I didn't know who the fuck I was anymore. Like, I had all these weird sexual insecurities that I didn't have going into it, and that were totally unrelated to reality. So that's why she felt the need to argue with me. I tried to understand, like in the sense that I unfortunately, because of my FI polar, I unfortunately took a lot of time trying to understand what it was that I was doing to make her critique me in the way that she was, how I could change myself to be good enough, or respond to, or otherwise adjust to those critiques, so that I would cut off those lines of argumentation. Okay, so if somebody's going to critique me about, it's like she would always attack me about my being jealous or worried about her cheating and stuff, and how that was offensive to her or whatever. So I knocked it off. I changed the behavior. I ended that bad behavior. And I gradually extinguished all behaviors that were critiquable by her, that I thought were legitimate, until I realized it didn't matter. It didn't matter what I did. But no, it doesn't. That's not true. She might be felt attacked by me in some way or whatever. And no, that's not true, because I'm always fair and kind, and I don't want us to feel bad about ourselves or feel bad about the other person. I'm looking for the other person to show me some willingness to be decent, and then I will celebrate that and try to work together again to, I'm extremely healthy in my relationship interactions. And what we discovered after that relationship that I got to with Rachel is, see, all a person does is have to be willing and interested in being in a good relationship with me. And it's easy as fucking pie. So easy. I've never encountered anything as easy as being with Rachel. Why? She and I both understand what's to be prioritized. You're prioritizing the well-being, the win-win, right? FE wants win-win. A broken ISFJ with tool function FE does not want win-win, wants win-lose all the time. And wants me to lose and them to win. That's just BPD. I didn't understand exactly what it was like to be with somebody who was emotionally abusive, until I got with Kimberly. And then I understood, as I got more and more introverted, because she had, every expression of self that was out there would get belittled or disdain. I remember I was at work one time and listening to some round or whatever. I was just writing on the paper, disdain, exclamation point. I was so mad just because she just had so much disdain for me. There was like a month at some point in that relationship where I couldn't manage to have sex with her at all for like a full month, despite trying to multiple times, continually getting rebuffed, and not just rebuffed, but belittled when I would attempt it. I was always told that the problem was I was approaching her wrong. I wasn't initiating correctly. I wasn't, it's like I was just doing it wrong. Like I was bad at sex was basically her explanation all the time. It was like I try to get on her by flirting with her and going kind of touching her and hugging on her or whatever, and she'd be like, "God, you're so awkward," like that. So it really was as one sided as I'm telling you. I don't say that in order to damn her. I just to make it clear that when you've got one person who's damaged in like BPD style, like she was, and one person who's healthy, then it really is all one sided. It's not he said, she said. It's not both parties. It takes two to tango. It really is all one sided. One person's being abused and the other one's being abusive. And so, you know, I did my very best to extinguish that behavior. You know, like I'm not putting up with this. Eventually, I realized that after a long time of internalizing all the critiques because I am bipolar and trying to change myself, I realized, oh, she's just trying to reduce me and make me insecure. So, yeah, every time I went to go touch her, I'd get my hand slapped. And by the time I got out of that relationship, I knew one thing for sure, that I was not going to be with somebody that I had to battle to, I had to battle to love. I wanted somebody who wanted me, you know? It was awful. It was awful. It was 2.5 years of awfulness. And I mean, it is. I'll tell you something though. I left the relationship with some insecurities, but I also left the relationship with some good lessons about how insecurity only matters so much. It's like, okay, you've done the sort of thing that every man fears more than anything on some level. You've just emasculated the fuck out of me over and over again. Um, eventually you just like, eventually I get so frustrated, just sort of be like, yeah, push her on the bed and have at it, and she sort of would giggle and like that. Like she wants to be like SE'd. She hated my approach to foreplay, which is starting with jokes. You joke and play your way in with laughs and fun times. Not with her. That's just not. It's like I don't know. I spent so much energy trying to figure out. Well, how can I? So okay, I get it. I'm doing it wrong somehow. I'm bad at this. So help me understand. What should I need to do that um, that will make me adequate for you? And she tried to tell me something, and then I tried to do it, and I'd be doing that wrong too. And I realized it was just a trap. It was like I was never gonna get back to zero. It was always that. It was like at best I could get back to zero. Most of the time I'm in minus territory, you know? Now now the thing is, by the end of the relationship, Becky came in and she made it clear to Kimberly that what she was doing was not okay. And that if one person wants to have sex and the other person just is not into that, just trying to avoid that, then it's that person who's the problem. And um, and she tried to change her ways at that point, somewhat, and was realized that what she had been doing, and I think felt genuinely bad about it. And from that point forward, tried to be decent, but it was too late. It was way too late. I don't know, Tom. You tell me. So, you know, going through that was important. I remember very dramatic fights. I remember clearly, standing someplace and because I've been screaming so loud and for so long, I was completely out of breath and I was panting. Um, and what would I be screaming? Something like, "Answer the question. Do my feelings matter too, or do only your feelings matter? Do my feelings matter too? Answer the question, yes or no." And she said, "I won't answer you. I won't answer you." Even though I was asking a simple question, right? Do my feelings matter too? She refused to answer questions like that because she knew it would drive me insane. And it would. I'd try to do basic work. Okay, look, hey, let's take it down a second. Hold on, Kimberly, stop. Come on. Now listen. Here's a basic question. Can we both agree on this? I couldn't get through the fucking step one. No, she would disagree on that. She'd fight me outside the city gates. So that I spent so much time arguing with her about what she was doing so we could agree upon what she was doing so we could stop doing it or at least understand it or something. But she wouldn't agree with anything. She wouldn't get any work done. It's like, agree with me about something so that we can make progress here. But she didn't want to make progress. She wanted to disagree with everything or refuse to cooperate, not answer questions was the worst thing she would do. She would say something, it would be obviously ridiculous. I'd say, but blah, 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 blah. And then she just refused to answer the question just to piss me off. There was a time when we were driving in the car and she would just fucking do that same fucking thing. And she's like, "Let me out of the car," because I'm screaming at her because she's not answering a basic question, you know? And I pull over finally and she's like, "Let me out of the car." I pull over and she gets out of the car and I scream after her, "You stupid fucking cunt." I'm sorry, "You worthless cunt." And drive home, freaking, God damn it. But of course, the thing is, that fight produced the song My Share of Shame, in which is perfectly exemplary of the problem I was in over and over and over again. I kept trying to be fair, saying, okay, even though this was all your fault, Kimberly, in reality, I was thinking to myself, okay, well, what did I do that was wrong that I am responsible for too? It's always, he said, it always takes two to tango. I'm sure I did something wrong here too. Let me figure that out. That's bipolar. No, Eric, you didn't do anything wrong. This bitch is torturing you on purpose. Defending the bullied is probably the most gratifying thing to do. One thing I consistently read about us is that we will defend someone who's bullied, and I have done this my entire life. I don't know if I've done it my entire life, but I certainly do now. I don't witness bullshit and let it be. I just don't do it. Nobody had ever made me as angry as Kimberly made me, and I didn't understand what was going on. I didn't get that she was doing it on purpose. Just breathe strength in any and weaken TI in you, Eric. Perhaps that's by design. That represents a misunderstanding of cognitive functions. So my cognitive functions are such that I ideate as a dominant frame and that I parse out with the deliberative function as to things logically. I can, in fact, extrovertedly intuit without using as much TI, quote unquote, which is to say I might be telling a creative thing that doesn't involve any sort of logical reasoning. But even then, I'm very aware of consistencies within the story because that's my basic tool function. So to say that it strengthens extroverted intuition or weakens introverted thinking, those are wrong notions. Functions can't be strengthened or weakened like that. Now, it is the truth that one might attend via a different modality in certain circumstances. For example, if I experienced a lot of trauma, I would probably be much more likely to be attending by introverted sensing right now, cleaning up the room, resting, watching TV, and stuff like that, because that's my relief function. And so I attend by a different channel in those circumstances. But one of the big mistakes that people make about cognitive functions is this idea of functions being strong or weak. No, that's not true. Drugs don't give you more imagination momentarily. That's just not true. Alcohol might make you more extroverted. You might say that. So I guess you could say alcohol causes you to attend more via your extroverted functions and less via your introverted functions, more frequently or a greater percentage of the time. Are SI users the ones glaring at everyone and refusing to shake hands during the virus? Probably. That's probably a bunch of ISFJs. Alcohol increases desire and decreases performance. That's sexually. I don't think that's true for all manner of thing. For me, it increases the life wasting and decreases the okayness dramatically. No more alcohol for Eric. That's for sure. Ever since I quit alcohol, everything's been great. One of the last fights I had with Kimberly that was the death tolling of the thing or whatever was when I was trying to get her to agree with me that she wouldn't speak to me contemptuously anymore, that she'd speak fairly to me, or at least that I didn't deserve to be spoken to in a contemptuous and hateful fashion. I couldn't get her to agree to that. And I was trying to get really fucking mad and screaming and whatever. And finally, I swung this broom to hit the ground of the porch. I wanted to make a big sound. I wanted to hit something so it would be, maybe break the broom or something. I don't know. That's the sort of shit that I did in that relationship. Not any other relationship, but that's how fucking angry she made me. And when I swung it, I hit the glass thing that was covering the light bulb over the patio, and it shattered and broke into a million pieces. And it like somehow entirely missed all the million pieces, entirely missed me, entirely missed Spacey, and almost entirely missed Kimberly. So she got one cut on her finger. And it could have been like really bad because we had shit tons of little slivers of glass everywhere flying in all directions when I fucking pounded that thing with the broom. It was an accident, but it made it clear to me at that point that I can't be with somebody who pushes me this far. At some point I'm going to break. At some point I'm going to do something really dumb. At some point I'm going to actually use physical force or something, hit her or something. That's nothing I've ever done or ever been at risk of doing. Even when I was in my blackout drunk phase, there was never any concern that I was going to hit Candace or punch her or push her or anything like that, anything physical. It was always verbal. I've never been inclined to hit anybody as much as I wanted to punch Kimberly in the face many times. It's like, God, this woman needs a fucking beating. It's like I couldn't get through anything to her. She was, of course, the reason is not because of anything that she needed to learn from me or whatever. Is because she was purposely torturing me. And I didn't get that because I'm bipolar. You purposely torture me in the best way to torture me. Say some bullshit, refuse to answer any questions about it, insist you're right. If I disagree with you or whatever, insist I'm being sensitive or using my feelings, even though I'm the one being logical. That kind of shit, just purposely torturing me. Of course, it's torture to be right completely, to try to be super fair, to do things the right way, and be kind, and have it be win-win, and take on more accountability than you really should, just because you're being abundantly fair, all that kind of shit I'm trying to do. And this person is actively working to make it both not work and to provoke circumstances where she can drive me insane. That's fucking tough. And I don't think she did it consciously. I don't think she was aware she was doing it exactly. I think it was, I don't know. I remember her one time saying, like, she tries all day to not say something nasty and horrible, and then by some point in the afternoon, it just blurts out. And she had to make herself stay inside so that she wouldn't say something nasty to me because she was trying to control herself. That's so weird. Like, what? That means, like, by default, she's nasty and she had to force herself to not be by her default nature. But she's not like that with other people, just like with her significant other. So that's BPD in a nutshell. It's awful. And I would recommend, as a general rule, nobody should ever go out with anybody with BPD. Unless it's another BPD person. They can have each other because they are toxic. And they can be quite good at fooling other people too. Like, Kimberly had Susie completely fooled. She had Susie and Jewel all trying to help me understand what I was doing wrong and how I could fix this problem by being a better partner or whatever, and that it was my fault. And which, of course, since it's mostly about FI matters, just made doubly sure that I would be confused for longer, trying to fix what I was doing wrong for longer, internalizing the bullshit for longer. I forgot Cameron's coming over. Okay, so Ethan McDonald, here's the thing. I've had plenty of times in my life where I've not smoked weed for stretches of time, and plenty of times in my life when I do smoke a lot of weed. And I'm telling you from my own personal experience that it has no impact on my ideational nature. In other words, I'm equally ideational, regardless of whether I'm smoking weed. So you might still say, okay, Eric is wrong about his self-assessment here. But why would you conclude that? So, for example, you might conclude I was wrong because you've seen me. No, Ethan, listen. Here's a good reason why you might conclude that I'm wrong. Because you've seen me smoking weed and doing extroverted intuition more. And then you've seen the time when I've not smoked weed and done extroverted intuition less. So that would be a good reason for you to think that you're right. Okay? But you don't have that kind of information or data. So, as a matter of fact, there's no reason to think, for a number of reasons. One, just the nature of cognitive functions, the definition of it, right? It's not the sort of thing that is strengthened or weakened by anything. It's not a power. It's not a superpower. It's a way of paying attention. Now, it's habituated so that when somebody has a cognitive function that they're most habituated to, they're going to be better at it, obviously, sort of on an objective level, than people who are not habituated to it. But yes, it is. I can strengthen my ways of attention. So how do you strengthen a way of attention? My TI, right? We can look at TI and see why that's wrong. Okay. My TI is correct or not correct. Sometimes usually it's correct. And usually if I'm wrong, it's because my SIs let me down. My TIs never lets me down. In other words, I don't miscalculate the logic of the thing, right? Doesn't matter whether I'm smoking weed or not smoking weed. Doesn't matter whether I'm on any drug or not. If I were shit-faced, drunk, and high, my TI would be just as good. I'd still be able to solve logic problems just the same. Wouldn't matter. Makes no difference because it's an attentional channel that's deliberative and it has a clear calculus. I agree. Spacey has better TI than I do, regardless of whether we're smoking weed. Sure, he's a TI dom. Of course. That's why he has better TI than I do. Whether or not he's smoking weed, I'm smoking weed, have no difference at all, right? His TI is great even when he's totally fucking loaded. Doesn't matter, right? So we have lots of reasons to think you're wrong. And so far, no reasons to think you're right. As a matter of fact, the only thing what you could say is that I'm more on point when I'm on Adderall with my NE. That is to say, I got more pop to it, more snap to it. But that's just a matter of enthusiasm level. It's like obviously more dopamine means more enthusiasm and more pop. Being on speed makes you be more fully attentionally engaged in it. But the attentional manner is the same. There may be studies to show that drugs increase creative divergent thinking. Okay, well, I'm not saying that changing one's state of consciousness might not cause one to reflect upon various attentional manners differently, may tend to push one towards a less preferred attentional manner for stretches of time, but it's nevertheless not a strength or weakness thing, and it's reflective of a misunderstanding of cognitive functions to think that we could talk about it as though we're a superpower or muscle. It's not a muscle. It's a orientation like handedness. You can improve your offhand, but see, that's a physical thing. Just that you can improve your off functions, but it's not really improving the off functions. It's improving your understanding of them. As I say, metacognition affords you a set of linguistic tools that allow you to taxonomy and otherwise understand your own defaults and reflexive natures to make yourself more able to make more fully informed choices about that include other perspectives. I've done acid plenty of times, and mushrooms. Ethan, you're wrong. Right. That's not improving FI. That's attending via FI. So in other words, when you are listening to emotional music and crying, you are paying attention to your feelings. That's what that means. You're not improving your feelings. You're not improving your ability to pay attention to your feelings. You're just spending that time paying attention to them. during a real-time experience of feelings. Note, that doesn't make them stronger, that doesn't make them weaker, that doesn't make your ability to attend to them stronger or weaker. It's just what you're doing at that time. And it's important for all of us to spend some time with our feelings, even if we're bipolar. So it's a mistake, however, and we're cognating wrong about it if we think that we are thereby working on or strengthening our weaker function. No, we are experiencing time with our feelings as we should. Have I read all these books? Not even close. I haven't read any of these books, as a matter of fact. These books are a meta joke for people who think that having books behind you matters. Yeah, I've done basically all of them too. I haven't done PCP. I haven't done anything that you inject. I haven't done injectable drugs, and I haven't done any of the big opiates like OxyContin or whatever. But the important thing to note is they're not impacting functions. You have to, in order to understand being, you've got an individual who's expressing who they are through one of some possible channels. Okay. And it might be the case that drugs shift you from prioritizing one channel to another. That's possible, but it's not possible to strengthen or weaken them, right? Because that's present. Like, look, if a function were like pushing on something, then you could strengthen or weaken it because you could push harder or weaker. But a function's not like pushing on something. A function's like a gear in a car, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, right? And as a consequence, say that you are, oh, well, taking this drug makes you extra fifth gear. No, fifth gear doesn't have extra. You can't be more fifth gear or less fifth gear. You're in fifth gear, So it's a category error to talk about functions like Ethan McDonald's talking about them right now. No, I said TI DOMs can't be terrible with TI. They aren't ever terrible with TI. And it doesn't matter what drugs they're on because it's their default attentional manner. They never entirely shift out of it except when they're prioritizing consciously and willfully the fourth or relief function as a way of not engaging in it. Other than that, everything's always through that frame. And even then, their self-understanding gets positioned through that frame. So my Mopticon agrees, this is true. TI rationalized even heavy psychedelic trips. So let's say a drug disables the SI tug of war with NE. Now it's unmitigated NE. Instead of being more creative, you're just careless with NE. Okay, well, that's not carelessness, right? So extroverted intuition always works in conjunction with some source of data, besides itself. Namely, it either draws associations from internal objects from SI, it draws associations with universal objects with NI, or it includes an SE component. So I can take things from SE and build NE off of that. I can take things from SI, build NE off of that. I can take things from NI, build NE off of that. NE doesn't operate without some objects that it builds off of. So it's incorrect to say that you can have NE entirely detached, when in fact the NE is just aimless and just sort of fun time creative storytelling. It's almost all SI NE and a little bit of NI NE and no SE. When it's more logical like this, then it's NETI, and that's fine. You don't have to incorporate TI with your NE. That's true. But note, when I'm not incorporating NI, when I'm doing a bedtime story or something, there's a lot of either jokes or suspense or something like that in there. I'm trying, in other words, to make it appealing to the listeners. And so as a consequence, then you go to FE when you're not using TI. So hopefully this helps to understand what I'm saying here. Now, Tom Jacobson, you have said a lot of incredibly weirdly wrong things here. For example, so So doing TI tests is pointless if TI downs can still be terrible TI, even though what I kept saying was no, TI doesn't change under the influence of drugs. So why would you say that? It's so not responsive to what I'm saying. And then this one. Eric, your TI questions are flawed because TI is deliberation and your questions are solvency oriented. My questions are not solvency oriented at all, remotely, the TI questions. If all this or that and some this or that and all this or that, should so all things be this? That's not solvency related at all. Or if, my mother's father's wife's husband's only sons, paternal uncle's only child, only cousin is who? That's not solvency oriented. That's solution oriented, right? Solvency means solving a problem of some sort, not a test question problem, but an actual problem. Like, how am I going to get to solving within 4 hours, but I need to get there? I've really got to hurry because if I take this route, I might be able to make there. That's TE. How am I going to make sure that we have enough plates and things for the dinner rush tonight? That's TE, those kind of things. Matt, who? He said he was FI8, Ethan, which makes some sense. If, in fact, he's an INFP, if you're talking about the INFP guys, Chris was his name, Chris. FI tool still might be able to memorize answers. Sure, if you use exactly the same questions, people will be able to memorize the answers, even if they have no TI. That's why you have to vary up the questions somewhat. You can't use exactly the same answers, or it will be gameable. Working with specific systems is possible for TI polar to understand relationships. Well, of course, yeah, TI polar people definitely understand things. They're not incapable of understanding. What they're incapable of doing is the logical parsing of a argument for validity or invalidity specifically. So there's a very specific kind of question we ask to determine whether or not they're TI polar, and it's really obvious when they are. It's very, very obvious. So yeah, you have to vary them up some. You have to ask good logical questions. You can't just repeat the same kind of thing. Hi, Cameron. Let me put some pants on.
Sure. Shorts is the thing to wear on a rainy bike ride day.
Why?
Cool people wear shorts because your pants weigh like 4 pounds more when they get all wet.
Yeah,
if they get all wet.
I don't wear pants anymore.
I wore pants the other day, but I went with my 23-year-old friend to Chantry, and they got all wet, and they were really heavy.
When TI polar people talk about economics, Ethan, they're usually talking about corporations being bad and communism being good and other bullshit like that. It's like they can't get past the fact that there's some injustice. It's all inherency. It's the same thing with the virus bullshit. It's all inherency. Well, there's a big problem, so my stupid ass plan is a good idea. Okay, well, why is your stupid ass plan a good idea? Because there's a big problem. That's not any reason to conclude that your plan is a good idea. Any can build into a puff of smoke and become pointless and useless. The other functions act to ground and shape the puff of smoke into something more tangible and functional. I mean, the thing is, pointlessness and uselessness is a question of values, right? So, Cameron.
Yes.
Would you like to try some of this? Oh, you're not. You're slowly. You're on your phone.
I was just doing my focusing on other stuff thing, but I'll let you check out what I have left. I've not bought any weed lately. It's like taco place shut down, and I'm just kind of like petrified.
Well, I mean, look. The thing is, my take on ENFPs and ESFPs and stuff is, hopefully, they are not engaging in political talk. I've got this.
Yeah.
And I've got this here. But I had before, which I smoked all of them, unfortunately, which was the better one, which was this Gorilla Cookies. I got these gorilla cookies from this place it's pretty far away, but they're open from 6 p.m. to 3 a.m. That's their hours.
Nice.
So if you ever need weed at a weird time.
I need to buy some weed because like what you see there in these joints is like what I have left. You know how much I usually have. I would go to Taco Day and spend $35 a week and just have shitloads of weed. And
yeah, you smoke it more slowly than I do.
It makes a difference. I think you burn less weed when you do the efficient grind.
I think you smoke less weed when you don't sit in front of the computer continually pulling bong rips all day.
Also, I can't smoke that fast. My lungs are like, no, you're like sensitive beginner style. So my lungs would say, no, you're not really allowed to do that.
Well, here's the thing: whether or not extroverted intuition is useful is very much a matter of what you value. So, as an alpha quadrant person, I value a lot of socializing and conversations and stuff. My extroverted intuition is useful enough to me to have you guys here. My extroverted intuition was successful enough at just buying on the internet that it got me my girlfriend Rachel. And really, once I got Rachel from this YouTube channel, I should be feeling like everything else is gravy. That the slabs made this YouTube channel ultimately to get me Rachel. Now that I have her, whatever else it gets is just gravy.
Pretty good deal.
Yeah. Everyone show Cameron some value. He is useful to host Eric. Hello, Cameron.
What's up?
Thanks, Winston's
Wait,
mom.
what was that? Cameron has value?
Yes.
What sort?
Winston's mom just says, everyone show Cameron some value.
What does that even mean?
It means everybody say, hi, Cameron. Nice to see you. Like
okay.
that.
I'll have to put my phone on YouTube and say hello again.
SE's for cavemen.
Turn my volume down on this echo machine.
Hey, I like that papaya.
Dude, it's pretty cool.
Smokes nice. Smokes really good. Smokes better than any of the weeds I gave you there for sure. Which are stony, but they're like that. They're kind of sweet kind of.
It really tastes like papaya. They really named it right.
And he is super useful. No, I don't mistake you for attacking any. I mean, I'm just saying, like, it depends what you want. Any is. I've made the joke before myself. In the Asshole's Guide to the 16 Personality Types video, I call NE users useless dandies. So, I do get the fact that it's not the most explicitly purposeful function objectively. It's up to the NE user to find a way to make their extroverted intuition palatable to other people. If you're an ENTP, you're very concerned about making it palatable to other people. If you're an ENFP, you're very concerned about making it true to yourself. I want my extroverted intuition to be, consistent with my seepage. Do I have feelings? Yeah, I have a lot of feelings. I got feelings galore. T.I. Doms be like, actually, I mean, the thing is, do I have feelings? Well, interesting question, actually. I feel feelings, and I assume that I have them in the sense that I can anticipate later I'm going to feel bad about something if meow happens. Like, Kitty's missing in action. I'm not feeling anything about it at the moment because I'm assuming she's going to come back and it's going to be fine. But
how long has Kitty been gone?
Well, about 20 hours at this point.
That's typical. 3 days is kitty vacation time.
Well, here's the thing though, Cameron. She was here sleeping Well, the other night she broke her back leg.
Oh no.
Remember she broke her front leg before? Now she broke her back leg.
Oh no.
She was in here and sleeping and resting, and I was not sure if I was going to take her to bed or not. I was like, okay, I'm not sure about this one. And then she, after being here for about 20 hours or 30 hours or whatever, resting, even peeing on the paper towels in the kitchen there, she said she wanted to go outside, so I let her outside. That was yesterday afternoon, and I haven't seen her since. She kind of slunk away with her broken leg, and I don't know. I'm assuming she's going to come back fine, because I'd be worried if she had not come back with a broken leg, she'd been gone that long. I'd be worried.
Yeah.
But because she already had this broken leg and she's slunk off, I'm assuming that she's not going to get in any more trouble. Obviously, she's not going to go out looking for problems, and that she probably knows best about how to sort of lay low and recover for a bit. If when she comes back, she's still looking like she's, it's not gotten any better at all, or she's in even more discomfort or not well or something, then I'll take her to the vet.
I've had over my whole life with cats. They'll not be around for 3 days. They'll come back with like a torn up leg or something, and that's what they naturally do. They just hunker down. You don't need to eat food or drink water for a few days. Everyone can get away with just chilling in a hole and hibernate until your body kind of fixes itself with its reserves. That's just totally kitty typical.
Trump is considering domestic travel restrictions. No, I mean, we're just fingers crossed she's going to fly out on Wednesday. That's what I got right now. Regarding that question on Opticon, I don't know about all of them, but yes, but not necessarily. They don't necessarily. I think like gentler domination is preferred by them. Maybe. I've walked around. Well, I haven't really walked around. I've called many times and etc. If in fact that happens, the Trump bans domestic travel before Rachel flies out. No, that's a little rough. Okay, that's a little rough. Condescension, perhaps. Condescension would instead of degradation. Like and no choking. I never got that whole thing. Like, what is in it? Why would I want to?
It's an oxygen restriction thing. It's not really a choking thing. People have super orgasms when they choke each other. Supposedly, I'm not in any fucking choke.
He was tested today and says the results will return in 2 to 3 days. Ridiculous. Do you think they can get the results faster than that? I think they probably could too. The TI Dom seem to have to others to have a live and let live attitude. INTPs do, not ISTPs necessarily. ISTPs can be judgy, quite judgy. They have a harsh understanding of justice. ISTPs do.
Make a run on the soda, Eric? Are you affecting the market here?
No, I just finally got around to going to the market.
Right.
There's
you're
no.
You're not gonna buy the whole stock of soda just
no.
in case the Armageddon of stuff comes. Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm not stocking up or worried at all.
Yeah, I'm not really too concerned. The thing is, we're not the vulnerable population, so if we get it, we'll have it, be a little sick, be well, have a little bit more immunity later about it. This is what I heard though. They're using rheumatoid arthritis drugs to treat it in Italy or something. My uncle happens to be on Enbrel, which is an injection, a once monthly injection that costs like $20,000 a year. That's a lot of 20,000s. If that's the one, there may be some cheaper drug, but like.
Well, I heard from Ken Krishna Sarmapagu this morning that if you drink tonic water with iodized tonic water, whatever it is, that is that is helpful in some way. I would also say this about the sub-dom stuff and the BDSM stuff. I find that I will elaborate in a second, Sandy. I find that when you're with exactly the right person, the layers of intuitive nonsense become less interesting or necessary, and you're just into this person a lot. That's my experience. Harsh understanding of justice. Basically, if you zing ISTPs in some way, FE or whatever, they're going to get you back. And there's not going to be whereas an NTP will look for agreement as a way of getting fairness. STPs get even. NTPs seek to resolve, whereas ISTPs seek to even the score and figure that resolves. I think the ISTP way works fine with ENFJs, for example, which is their dual, and I think they actually are meant to be together, probably. It definitely doesn't work fine with other intuitives, though. Well, maybe it does with the ENTJ. Probably it does. Yeah, I did that shit too, Winston's mom. We played hyperventilating. Hyperventilating and pressure chest. Yeah. I played that shit too as a kid. That was my first way of getting high. And I did that in class in middle school. I used to before the end of class in middle school. This is before I started really. I guess it was before I started smoking weed, and right before the end of class, before lunch, I'd do this shit, and then when I stood up, I'd get a head rush.
Oh my
god. ISTPs are fond of play fighting. NTPs take more L's. We take more losses. Yeah, we do for sure. Well, we're willing to take some L's in order to make peace. Now, note what's interesting, of course. STPs, they're not going to get any wins against an ENTP because we're the supervisor type, and they're not going to have much luck against INTPs because they're, again, intuition plus thinking beats sensing plus thinking within intuition and thinking's natural realm, namely the metaphysical plane. I mean, here's the thing. I'm especially interested in cooperative communications or productive communications because, in part, I know I can win in the adversarial communication. I have this very big, I guess, unfair advantage over everybody in the world, pretty much, which is most meaningful interactions between people occur in the modality that I am God mode at. No. Well, I haven't initiated hitting someone. I fought back. Like as an adult, I mean, as a child, I got in some fights. But as an adult, I one time was out in front of my friend Corey's house when he lived on Olive Street, and I'd been hanging out with this chick, Laura, and Laura had this boyfriend, Steve, who
Is this DiMartino?
No, Steve Holmes.
Okay.
And Steve Holmes thought I was getting on his lady. I wasn't getting on his lady. We were partying, but I wasn't. There was nothing more than that, you know. And I pulled up in front of their house, and I just dropped Delilah off at her mom's house, fortunately. And sitting in the car, just pulled up, kind of like listening to some last song or something, sort of slowly get myself out of the car. And I see Steve walk up to the car, like, hey, Steve. Bam! He fucking sucker punches me, like socks me right through. The window's open, and can proceeds to fucking wail on me through the open window of the car as I'm sitting there, and so I finally struggle myself like out of the car. Like I have get the door open and get out of the car and try to punch a couple of times, and he pow, 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 and I'm knocked out. Next thing I know, I'm looking up at the stars. I'm lying in the middle of the street, and I've been knocked out. So at that point, I get to my feet and I see that Steve is in the house trying to get Laura out of their house to go with him to get out of there. And I go sprint into the house like a free safety. I tackle Steve and push his head into the drywall, push a hole in the drywall in the wall. And then we roll around on the floor, and he gets away from me and goes into his girlfriend's car and locks himself in her car. Eventually to drive away. But so did I hit somebody? Yeah, I've hit somebody, but it wasn't because I initiated the hitting. It was because I was being attacked. And I probably just like grazed him a little bit maybe or something. He got much the better of the fight. I tried to hit him anyway. I probably made some contact. Well, in the end, what happened? Here's the thing that ended up in the end, though, is it ended up that I did bang his woman but they weren't together at the time. They were broken up, and after that, he called me and was like, "I need to know, did you sleep with my girl?" And I mean, talk about him being fully humbled. He was all, cry on the phone. I was like, there, they weren't together at the time. Anyway, what are you gonna do? Big pimpin'. That to be honest, that girl Laura, that was the only time that I had casual sex, like that I really enjoyed it. That I thought, oh, I can see why people want to go around and hump different people. That's the only time I really enjoyed casual sex, and it's probably because she was such a kind of a trashy girl, like I don't know. It's not like I'm not sure. I enjoyed it in that particular occasion. I think I only had sex with her one time, maybe twice. Why are some ENTPs really histrionic and fake pseudo-intellectuals? It's similar to being a shallow ESFJ, but more elitist and pretentious. I would say that no, at the time she was not with him when I slept with her, but they were kind of off again, on again, and he was sort of confirming on the phone that in fact she really was not with him anymore because she had slept with me,
So after you slept with the girl, you're saying you spoke to him and let him know, or?
Like, no, he called me.
Called you after you slept with this Laura?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not the Laura we know.
No, not Laura Levin. No. Different Laura.
Or 90s or something.
Yeah, totally different Laura.
Because I thought, okay. I remember her having had a couple like dickhead boyfriends who would probably just go and. I thought she had been with someone like that before.
That's awful. Okay, so yeah, the thing is, what his mom says, the thing about sex, that's the thing about sex. You then have that person in your life forever, whether you remember them or not. They are part of your story, and you're a part of theirs, right? as everybody's ever been in my life discovers now that I've got talking with famous people and I'm constantly making videos and shit. If you've been in my life and I remember you, you get talked about on this live stream at some point, you know? It's that demonstrative TE, I'm right, you're wrong thing. Well, as far as the sort of douchey ENTPs, I would say who, me? That was not my friend. That guy was never my friend. He and I were longtime nemesis, actually. He hated me for some reason. He's one of those people that hates me. You know, I've always had these people in my life. There's some dude who just fucking hates me for no reason.
This insane one's definitely the more cool one.
Yeah, the ENTP douchebag thing, it's like depends on the person's context. ENTPs really need something like debate to make them take seriously NI and TI beyond just an instrumental value. The reason a lot of ENTPs are prone to being dishonest in some sense is because they've not learned to value TI as an absolute value from an NI perspective. They think that, well, it's instrumental, so it doesn't really have to be true. Just as long as it makes good sense, it's fine. Well, that last bong rip did not hit me right.
Which weed is that?
This
The super glue. Yeah. Huh. It's been some pretty reliable stuff for me, but I bought that as like an ounce, so that could be like a month old. Does staleness?
I don't know. It's just like, you know, I think it mostly has to do with the quantity of mia in my pia.
Yeah. You probably also have like acid reflux, something fun like that, which can get involved.
Listen, everybody. Hey, you can stop worrying. Yes, it's true. That bong rip went a little bit down the wrong tube. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Good thing I'm not degenerate then. Fortunately, coronavirus is only targeting degenerate weed smokers, and I'm very degenerate. I have an opinion, and if 5 people tell me I'm wrong, I'll just go, majority rules, I'm probably wrong. I think TE Polar won't do that. I have an opinion, if 5 people tell me I'm wrong. Well, okay, so I had an example of this sort of thing, Tom Dixon, which was with the Becky issue. I had so many people respond so strongly that I shouldn't have said she was cheating on her boyfriend that I was like, Okay, I guess that's my bad. I guess I shouldn't have done that. I don't know. It seemed to me like she could have just talked to me about it or blah, 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 instead of forcing my hand here. That's how it felt to me because I need to talk shit out. I don't need to carry the burden myself. And I don't, this is how I do things in life. It's like, why are you denying me the tool I always use to solve problems?
Is she off your dad's back and stuff by now?
Yeah.
Good.
She stopped doing that. I think she realized she was lost that battle at some point.
Yeah. That's somebody who could appreciate some drama in her life, would do that sort of stuff.
Right. But see, the thing is, in the end, I sort of waffled about it because I didn't feel like I agreed. I didn't feel like I did. And, but I sort of backpedaled some. I still felt like I was right, regardless that, you're putting the burden on the wrong party here. It's unreasonable to expect everybody to not use their native ways of addressing shit in their life in the way that they natively do. I talk things out on the internet. I talk about people in my life. I'm very transparent about everything. Everybody knows everybody in my life. Everybody knows Cameron. If they watch this channel all the time, they know Cameron, they know Rachel, they know my dad, they've seen my mom. There's Cameron.
What's up, folks at home?
There he is. Looking slick and sly, like a hell of a guy.
Woo!
I'm pretty sure I already have the thing. I think. Because look, this last cold I got was fairly lungy. It could totally be that I already have it. I hope so. That would really prove my point. I am a COVID survivor. Cameron, are you a COVID survivor?
I'm probably a COVID exposed dude. I work with hundreds of people at one time.
Righteous.
Like all the time.
Righteous COVID exposure.
For sure. I don't give a flying fuck though. I'm not a vulnerable population, so I'm fine.
I'm not a vulnerable population either.
So the thing is, if we shut our world down until we just decide with question mark numbers that it's time to open the world up again, we've just used all our reserves on fucking nothing, the way I see it. I think we ought to just all get COVID-19. I know it sucks for vulnerable population. I get that. Protect them, but I don't know. I just don't see.
So there's something I call wisdom there. There's something I call wisdom.
But what the conservative individuals, OCD people would say is, no, you need to protect this herd. Maybe later on we'll develop some medicine thing. And if everyone is severely affected now, then all of our society will be worse off. Better for people to get it slowly with, I don't know. Some people are needing ventilators or something, maybe, from what I heard. But
it's like the resources wasted on shutting down the entire world could have been directed, a teeny fraction of them, to maximize the number of ventilators. Much better solution.
2/3 of my income is over now. Like, school shut down now. I won't have any money again until, I literally, my income is now turned off. So how about that? Substituting, going to the, retirement place.
Hey, virus hysteria people. Virus hysteria people. This guy, what about him?
Yeah, and what about that I don't have consistent work? So even if there are 3-week paychecks going out, I don't have a consistent schedule, so I wouldn't even get that. So hey, how about the paycheck to paycheck people like myself who, well, it's true, everyone gets sick and whatever, but hey, lucky I don't really have any bills. I just do what I want. I'm just Cam, but if Cam had the bills so tight, Cam would be fucked right now, big time fucked.
I often do believe Nympha Estrada. That's a good way to type people, and not as good as actually asking them questions and stuff. But I like to type people that way personally. My friend's school is closed until next year, so since she's out of a job for 6 months and freaking out on what to do. It's awful. Yeah, it's awful. The whole virus thing has been pretty great for me personally, though I feel bad for all the employees or elderly people. Winston's mom says, are we sharing the bong? Here's the thing, Winston's mom. We already don't share the bong before any virus. Cameron is an ISTJ, so of course he brings his own bong. And as you can see, it's remarkably clean.
Rubbing alcohol in the bong kit.
There you go.
Yep.
I mean, it's a nonsense question, Ethan. Marijuana doesn't really impact me very much. I smoke it so much, you know.
Eric doesn't get affected. I will. If I smoke shitloads of weed, I'm not going to be doing like teaching or reading a book out loud to someone is not a good idea. You're pretty good at doing anything. It's only if we have a 7 flight that you'll actually get high, from my experience.
Yeah.
I've seen you do it, twice? You've been high around me maybe 2-3 times in like 5 years, honestly. Me, I've probably been high around you every time because I'm just like a different brain.
I would say no, weed doesn't activate ISTJs any at all. I don't think Cameron is more verbally ideational when he's high.
Kara thinks that I say stupid shit if I get high. If that means anything.
I mean, but she's wrong though.
Well, my ideas may be slightly less logical and more creative, but that's what weed's supposed to do. It's supposed to make all of your neurons touch each other that don't normally, and then you say more creative, wild shit, which is fine with me. It's not fine with her.
I mean, the thing is though, would you say you talk more?
If I haven't smoked weed and I'm having IBS, severe pain, my talking is going to be that I'm a depressed fuck, and why can't I smoke some weed right now? So it's like, for me, I just smoke weed every chance I get. I mean, every few hours, every 3 hours, if it's I'm probably smoking weed. If it's 3 hours, I'm probably wanting to smoke weed. If it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, I'm pretty much going to be really resentful if the person I'm going to hang out with doesn't appreciate that I better smoke some weed.
Okay, well, Ethan, let me tell you this. First of all, weed does not make you talk more. It makes most people talk less. It makes them, quote unquote, quiet and nerdy. So you're absolutely wrong about that. And he is talking to a certain extent, sure. What Cameron was saying there is he thinks what he says gets less logical. That's not the same thing as more creative, which he conflated there and said, because it's less logical, it's more creative. That's not the case at all. And so the thing is, it doesn't matter when it's mom, she's coming to live with me now. There's no way you can. She's got her dad, all right. She's got other family besides her awful brother and so forth. And there's no any sort of family counseling or sort of thing like that, or mediator. That implies there's two sides to deal with here, and that both sides need equal space to have their grievances voiced. Bull fucking shit. My foot up that fuck's ass is the mediation. You know what I'm saying? Goodness and truth is the conclusion and the plan. You are on board or you are having trouble walking because my foot is so deep up your ass. That's it. Those are the only two options. Would someone need drugs? Drugs don't change your attentional channel. Okay? People don't understand. Attentional channels don't work like that. They may interfere with a given attentional channel, make it work not correctly in some fashion. They might, in theory, cause one to prioritize one attentional channel over another for some certain period of time. But that does not mean you can activate your polar function in some fashion. I don't need drugs to feel FI. I feel FI when I'm around Rachel. I feel a lot of FI. I feel FI when I see a sad commercial on TV. Drugs have nothing to do with FI for me. If anything, when I'm feeling a lot of FI, I don't want to do drugs. Okay, now look. When I do amphetamines, I do more stuff. My SE is more active. My NE is also more active. But then everything is. In other words, my whole being is more active. It turns out that when I'm fully activated, what that functionally means is ignoring SI for longer, the real-time part of SI, and being stuck up in the metaphysical plane longer, which is all turn-based time and doesn't pay attention to the real-time passage of time much. Which is why I'm still sitting here live streaming with you, even though Cameron's here, it said earlier in the map. Those stimulants don't increase SE and they increase. No, Ethan, that's wrong. You're wrong about this. So look, I'm on stimulants right now, quote unquote stimulants. They're not stimulants. Amphetamines are not stimulants. It's a different kind of class of drug. But I'm on amphetamines right now. And my extroverted intuition is maximally realized when I'm most energized, when I have the most enthusiasm and the most dopamine. Obviously, I'm a maximally realized form of myself. But remember, it's still within the range of my possible behavior at any given moment. So in other words, naturally, when you are well rested and more enthusiastic and super hyped up, you're going to perform better than when you are really draggy and tired and naturally. Okay, so that's true. No, expert intuition is not enhanced by weed. Why would you say that? It's ridiculous. You can't enhance a cognitive attentional manner. It's a category error, Ethan.
Eric, I've got a DIY. I don't know if your folks at home have ever seen what I do.
All right. So Cameron grinds up his weed in a coffee grinder. Let me hold the camera, and you sit yourself, or you deal with it however naturally you want. Okay.
All right, I would just sit here and do this. Like, this is already ground up weed that I may have touched with my fingers some other time, but today, I'm not touching it with my fingers. I just go like this. This is the thing that free joints come in. And so, pow. Done. Fingers are not going to smell like weed.
Interesting. All right, so if in fact it's possible to enhance a function, Ethan, then give me the corollary for math functions. Give me the corollary about how you make addition into super addition. What do you do in math to make it into super addition? Give me an example in some other kind of actual function, as we understand the word function. Go ahead, Ethan. Show me the example in math of how we turn addition into modified addition. No. That's not a function, Ethan. That's you. Right? We're talking about a function. So go ahead, explain to me how one makes regular addition into special addition. No, still addition. Still addition. You haven't done the equivalent, have you? Because you've made a category error. That's right. Addition is not the sort of thing that one strengthens or weakens. It just is what it is. Sorry, Ethan. Game, set, match.
Charge out.
Say that again?
No, a function is not a skill. A function is a process executed upon two objects in a system by an agent. So, I guess we've gotten to the base level of your wrongness. If I can make even happy music seem sad, sure, there's this, I remember reading in Generation X, the book Generation X by Douglas Copeland, this scene where the guy's in the kitchen with his family and he is feeling nostalgia for a moment still occurring as though it had already passed and he were thinking back upon it. And another kind of FI. And so this, to me, it's like I link FI strongly with SI. So my most FI song I can think of is an extremely FI song. Let me give you, it's Somebody Stopped That Train by John Mayer, very SI song. So no, Ethan, your TI and FI haven't gotten better. Your metacognition has garnered you more awareness of them and therefore they've come to sharper resolve. And additionally, you can say that both those deliberation functions are operant in a more rich system. So when deliberating upon more rich objects, they'll produce more rich outcomes. When you're a little kid, they're deliberating on simpler objects, they produce simpler outcomes. It doesn't mean the functions have gotten better. It means you've grown as a human being. Okay, so again, it's like just because you've learned to add big numbers instead of little numbers together doesn't mean addition has changed. Do you see what I'm saying, Ethan? You're right. Your ability to add has gotten a lot better over the years. You first could just add 1 plus 1, 1 plus 2, 1 plus 3. Now you can add big numbers together. But even though your ability to add has improved, addition hasn't changed. See what I'm saying? If we need to think about it right, or else we'll make the mistakes you're making right now. All right, so thanks everybody. Cameron and I are going to leave for the bike ride. Where are we going, Cameron?
Do you want to go to the JPL trail? Do you want to go to the thing without bumps and rivers? What do you feel like? It might have nice, fun, cool rivers flowing. With the rain lately, it might be more interesting to pass through, or it might be more challenging to get your feet wet. We could just like ride from here and go like any direction.
What do you think about the area by the Santa Fe Dam and then up over underneath the freeway, underneath 210 over up?
Like by Costco?
No, okay. You know where the 210 and 605 meet?
Yeah, up
There's
there.
a river just past that. There's a river just past that.
Yeah.
That goes, the Santa Fe Dam Trail goes under the freeway and up north.
Perfect.
How
If you
about
go
that?
north, that's the best way. And then
Yeah.
you get to the new homes in Azusa Canyon, turn around.
And then we'll be going up, and so we go back down on the way back down.
There's a decent amount of homeless folk there, but hey, we're all human beings.
Yeah, you're right about the homeless folks.
I don't care though. I'm not worried about that.
Hopefully, maybe they've. Yeah, they're not going to cause us any problems.
No. If anything, we'd be like, hey, I've got some joints for sale. No, I'm kidding. Would not happen.
I will be taking some videos and stuff.
I have my little tripod thing too. If you want to do a tripod thingy.
Yeah.
I got some joints.
What I should do is figure out a way to share my Google Photos publicly, because it uploads all the photos and videos and stuff from my camera automatically, and then whether or not I actually do anything about it is hard to say. Anyway, we're gonna leave now, and I gotta get on the way out up there. I gotta stop by fast food and get some food because I'm starving to death.
Yeah, let's do that.
And then I'll be back later, and I will stream a little stream of me. Maybe I'll stream a little stream of live free typing. Zandy, love all the emoticon emojis. Much appreciated. Brings a certain amount of colorful splash to the page that otherwise would be absent and much missed. Stream a little stream of me. Goodbye. Meow meow. Yep, yeah. Meow meow.